Howdy friends, welcome back everyone. We're once again live with the Masters Colosseum number 6 today. I've only skipped a single game, okay? I've done a good job. I've tried my best to have as many games as possible. It's really... Clem is up 1-0 currently against Creator. This is a big match for both players. The winner of this match will most likely get through, and the loser of this match might actually be in trouble. So something to definitely keep in mind here is that, yeah, this is just going to be a very interesting one. A very interesting one indeed. How do I get to my live stream? There we go. Hey, what's up, Iba? Good to see you, my brother. Hello, Max Payne, Jeremy Waters. The new patch live? No, not quite yet. There's most likely still going to be some changes as well. It's so hard to find you on YouTube. I am sorry that you're gonna have to complain to YouTube about that, not to me. This is a YouTube issue. Well, it's an issue for me too, most definitely, but it is something that only YouTube probably can fix. Unless I get better at the search engine optimization. Can everyone see these react emojis? I think so. You see them pop up on the side of the screen, yeah. Hey, what's up, Matteo? Alright, I actually missed the first game as I was out walking my dog, like a normie. I was eating as well. Yesterday I forgot to eat, so after casting for 4 hours I had a terrible headache because I didn't eat before, and then I missed my lunch. So I only had breakfast yesterday. And it's painful. Not a fun time. But today here we're back. And we're without a headache, so that's nice. Reaper first opener out of Clem. Pretty standard stuff. How does the dog do? He's doing a lot better. He's largely recovered from his diarrhea. He's still sleeping quite a bit more than usual. And we changed his food as well. So he now gets hypoallergenic food, I think it's called. So yeah, he's doing much better. Like legitimately much better. Not entirely sure. Yeah, he's still on medication though, so that's also helping. He's getting some anti-diarrhea stuff, and he has yeah, like we're giving him probiotics daily. So yeah. Any idea where I can watch more patch games? Obviously I watch your games on YouTube. That's a good question actually. There was the balanced patch tournament which got played and streamed on Wardy's channel on Twitch. So you can watch the VODs. That was last weekend on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So there was an entire tournament there. If you want to watch stuff on the new patch, I'd recommend that. There's quite a few fun games. There also was a lot of games that looked pretty standard, to be honest. All right. 4-gate Blink coming out of Creator here. Now, yesterday I said that Clem is great against this particular opener. And then he lost versus it against Hero at a very high pace. He's opening up with 2 Hellion. I am absolutely not familiar with this particular build order. I think he wanted to play triple Hellion drop and then realized he's playing against 4-gate Blink. So now he's quickly getting a tech lab and fast 2 tanks. Because you can get 2 tanks out in time for the first Blink in if you just build 2 units. That's why that tends to be the most common thing to do. Thoughts on giving Hydra a 3-range dash ability? I like it. Does it deal damage in a straight line as well, or you just dash? All right, here comes the drop in as Clem. Nice, he's waiting with the drop in until about 5 minutes. This is a very weak initial attack. This tank is not sieged up for whatever reason. Hello, Clem? Clem is... Oh my god, he's asleep on the job. He's legit asleep on the job. You can't make this up. No! He's gonna lose the tank for free. What a terrible opener here for him. Does get the pop out on the tank. Is gonna lose it within 2 shots. Creator completely destroying Clem here in the early stages of the 4-gate Blink. At the same time though, 4 probes do get taken out. There's just no tank ready right now. This was a legitimately awful execution out of Clem. Forgetting to set up the tank. It's gonna get a repair on the low ground. If Creator had come back on the high ground here, I think it would have been fine. I actually think it would have been completely fine. I love that he's using these buildings to really wall off. Big blink on top of the bunker. Is this on west? No, this is being played on central, so it shouldn't be looking this poor, but it is looking this poor out of Clem. It's gonna temporarily hold as the tank is now sieging up, taking his time though, and yep, Creator's just gonna get the W. Clem really struggling against the 4K blink. I don't know if it has anything to do with the server or, you know, just the added-on ping, even if it's just 120, 130 to central, of course. But yesterday was really bad defense. That mainly had to do with the build order. And today was really bad defense. It had to do with him not sieging up the tank for some reason. And then popping out the second tank on the wrong side of things as well. It's like, well, that's that's not looking great, you know? It really ain't. I'll see if I can join the game again in time. I hope so. Also request to join the party. There we go. We're all good to go. Thoughts on making the Zealot 50 minerals, lowering their health, giving them a range attack and stim. Is there any particular damage that you're thinking of? Or any health? I really like just moving them to kind of the health and the damage output of the Marine. I think that would make things a little bit more balanced in the early game. So nice to see TOS winning. No, I'm cheering for Clem. Piss off. I'm biased towards my race generally, but I'm even more biased to people from my region. If a European is playing, I'm supporting the European. This guy could be playing Zerg. I wouldn't even care. That is how biased I am. Yeah. I said what I said. I don't care. Good afternoon, Captain. How are you doing? And I'm doing fantastic. I'm in such a good mood today. You know, sometimes days need to be very bad for you to appreciate the deck the next day more. Yesterday, I legit had an awful headache. Like all evening, all afternoon. It was terrible, let me tell you. It was absolutely terrible. And then I went to bed, you know, and you just go, oh, I hope I wake up without a headache tomorrow. And I woke up and I had a headache. Then I checked the time and it was like 2 a.m. So I was like, oh, quickly back to bed. I went to sleep. I woke up. I checked. No headache. Life feels so good, you know? And now I already forgot how miserable I was yesterday. But I'm trying to keep on to that gratitude of waking up without a headache this morning. It is something special. Hey, Harstem, big fan for a long time. Nothing constructive to add, but we were born on the same day, so I think that's cool. Same year as well, or no? Or just the same day? 28th of July, 1994, of course. Do you think Dutch people have a certain facial look? Yeah. Why are you live? It's not the same day if it's not the same year. Actual facts. Actual facts. Irene is very good at seeing who are Dutch. Just even when we're in different countries. She'll look at someone and she'll know this person is Dutch. Both with guys and girls. I think I know the Dutch guy look fairly well. I think out of a lineup I'd be capable of guessing where they're from. I think Dutch people have very similar voices. This is also not true. I'm making stuff up again, potato. Just doing it here. Ooh. Double gas opener for Clem. Often when Clem loses in a more standard game, he'll go for an aggressive option afterward. This is legit Clem lore over here. Okay, and that is very accurate, that lore. I wonder what Creator's gonna do. It's mining quite a bit of gas. Sorry, new here. Why is the score 0-0? Oh, it's because I'm an idiot and I didn't properly put it in. My bad. Belgians also have a look. You can kind of see the lack of brain cells when you look in a Belgian's eyes deep enough. You can see that there's nothing going on behind there, you know? It's kind of a glazy look. That's what most Belgian people have. It is true, yeah. They're easiest to pick from a lineup because of that. French people also easy to pick from a lineup, but that's just because no matter what happens, they're gonna be speaking French anyway. Even when they're not being asked anything. They just start addressing you in French, no matter what. Bless their souls. French people. I think France has really been getting a massive image hit, like a reputational hit, ever since the internet has been making it bigger. You know, because France sounds very romantic if no one has been there in your direct, you know, your surroundings. But the moment people actually started going to France and people could see what's happening in France, it kind of lost its image as like this great romantic city. And I think that's for the better. Actually, what does France still... Like, people also thought that their food was good, but that's probably before we discovered actual good food. Like, the French food is probably good compared to most Western European food. If you compare it to, like, Dutch, Belgium, and English foods, like, yeah, the French are winning. But even if you move a little bit south to, like, Italy or Spain, the French can go suck it. And as a travel destination, it's also fairly mediocre. They really have nothing going on for themselves. If you go back, like, you turn back the clock, like, 60 years, everyone's loving it. Like, the Eiffel Tower and the, you know, just baguettes in the morning. It's like croissants, pain du chocolat. Oh. This is a build. It's gonna get 1 unit. Gonna get 2 units. Sloppy play here out of Creator. Shouldn't have happened like this. Not quite like this. 3-gate. Okay, 3-gate blink is the follow-up. He's gonna try to catch this medevac. If he does get this medevac, that would be big. But it also sounds relatively impossible. Gonna need to see a boost out of Clem ideally. He's heading back home. We have no tank done quite yet, but it should be popping soon. Clem also doesn't have info on what's going on over here. So Clem doesn't know whether there's a third base or not. This could result in him getting too many tanks and delaying Stim for too long. But I don't think he is. He's actually getting Stim. He's a baller, Clem. So in an ideal world for Clem, he swaps barracks with the factory over here. That's the ideal world. But I think he might just start a third tank. If he starts a third tank, it's not great. So-so. Very so-so. It's gonna be 2-base storm over here. French food is way better than Spanish one. The only food that's better is Italian one. I'll agree to disagree with you. Me and the people with taste buds will agree to disagree. That's fine. That's completely fine. Raven's popping in over here. We'll get a couple of pro kills. Batteries are somewhat in position. So that means that it can't go back into the main base. Natural here will... Hello? Probably should just throw it down in natural. Okay, well, Immortal shows up. Go to the third. If he gets like 2 more kills here, Clem is very far ahead. On top of that, he's also gotten the info that there is Storm on the way. The only reason why these 2-base Storm builds work is because sometimes Terran doesn't have the information. Bad target fire there on that auto turret. Still gonna get 2 workers though. I think this game is over unless Clem decides to make some major mistakes here. So there's a couple of things you can do against Storm. So you can move out with like a small drop army to try and clear vision, basically. Or you can just stay at home until you have Ghost. Or you can very carefully start moving forward out on the map with your 3 tanks and just keep a pre-split position. You know, against Storm, what is unironically not bad, but we almost never see being used, is Liberators. I think actually Liberator tank pushes against Storm are really not bad because it's so easy to pre-split. So you have your initial tanks, then you put some freaking mines under the Liberator zones, and slowly but surely you move forward because there's nothing that the Storms can hit in that case. I actually really do believe it would be good. But no one plays it. I remember the Muslim always played this against me. He would always freaking play this. I remember I played a game against him on Neon Violet where he beat me with that. I remember being upset when I was playing Storm quite a bit back in my day. So the way that Clem is playing this is just by teching into Ghost and then going for like a 150, 160 push out. Because with Storm, it's really difficult to tech into the next step. That's why whenever players play Storm, usually they basically combine it with a... What was I gonna say? Usually they combine it with a Storm drop. So that they're putting on some aggression and they force the hand of the Terran. This is a good move out. Just a double drop move out. Very smart. Because usually Storm doesn't have a lot of Stalkers with it because Templar are so gas intense. Yep, isn't this exactly what I said? Just clear some pylons on the side. Man, Clem and I, we have the same brain. Actually have the same brain. And now he scans at the perfect timing when gases are going down. So this basically tells Clem that he has plenty of time. Because you can't transition as Protoss before you take gas 5 and 6. When you open up with Storm. You can't transition properly at least. So Clem right now is not in a hurry at all. He can legitimately move out exactly how he wants to. This is phenomenal play. I've been overusing phenomenal. I need some new synonyms for phenomenal. Can you guys give me some? Oh! Bonkers, splendid, magnificent, excellent, outstanding, exquisite. Exquisite gameplay. Extravagant. Tremendous. Terrific. Yeah, I like a lot of these. I'm not a huge fan of this double medevac drop into the main, but it does open up the map to move out a little bit. So you see, this is the hardest thing against Storm, is getting in position. Oh! Tight little feedbacks here. I think only got one ghost though. That means there's one ghost remaining. This is a siege-based army. This fort base is adios over here. Unless Clem really messes to unless Clem fails this fight. Nah, he's gonna take the fort base out. And he needs to continue pushing at a pretty high pace. Double drop could be heading back towards this location right now. I think that is usually what Clem is intending to do here. He's eating some Storms straight on the head though. Probably wants either upgrades to start behind this or another starport. I am not quite sure what we're doing here. Upgrades are not starting for Clem. He's putting a lot of eggs in this basket right now, and it is starting to scare me just a little bit. Zealot run by at the same time, taking out some units as well. Oh, this basket is filled with eggs. How solid is this basket here, Clem? How solid is this basket? He's moving forward, but there's only a single EMP left in this army. Yeah. Templar doesn't quite hold, but will bruise this army up quite a bit. And thus we'll get a full-on cleanup. 2-2 has started way too late. Way too late. Fourth base is moving over for Clement. Fifth base could be thrown down as well over here. But 2-2 starting this late might make this game a little bit harder for him than it really should have been. Creator's been doing a great job stalling, as now we have a... is this a run-by, or is this... I'm not even sure if these Templar know what they're doing here on the map. Oh. Honestly, for the fact that this is... Oh, this is west. Ah, okay. Okay, I was wondering how Creator was winning all of these little battles between the Ghost and the Templar, but we're playing on the Western United States server. This is not a great start of the fight here for Clem. There's no Storms to help out. I think Clem needs to piss off right now. Doesn't have any EMPs remaining. There's no Storms either. Anti-armor is always going to connect. Raven will get taken out. No? Yes? No? 3 more Stalkers will fall, and it ends up being an okay fight for Clem. But he has a low worker count. He has an army that consists of pure Marine at this point. And there's no anti-Colossus. I think if Creator can clean up this mine line, which hopefully he's going to be capable of doing. Hello, hello! Okay, did that correctly. If he can clean this up, That is like, what, 15 supply or something? No, come on, you can't make this up. What is he doing? He's just walking into it. Oh my god, he lost 6 Stalkers to static mines. If he would have cleaned this up properly, he had 3 Colossus. He had quite a few Archons. If he built a Prism, I think he could have moved across the map, honestly. With an upgrade lead and maybe try the timing. Now it's going to be hard, but defensively he probably still has a setup. Clem with a solid army split here is going to take out some of these Archons on the left side. No Ghost in the left side army. General Ghost count a little bit too low. Marine count too high. Luckily for Clem, there's not a single Templar on the map currently. That's definitely helping him. I actually think that Clem might just win the game here. Colossus moving forward. Yeah, okay. It's not going to pick up the game right now. Mines from the back could move in a little bit more as well. I think Clem actually needs to do 2 things. 1, he needs to add a 5th base. Needs to get... And then probably add a couple of workers. His 5th base is really, really late. For no real reason. And because that 5th base is so late, he's kind of forced to continue attacking. And get very good trades. If Clem takes a bad trade, he could lose the game. Well, if he had a 5th base, slightly more workers, he could be trading worse trades and still be fine. Because he has solid production. Like, he's not really using his map control for anything else. If he gets the kill on those bases, would be huge. Yeah. Creator out of position, misjudging where Clem's army was going to come from. And as a result, we'll get a kill on this base. That is big. That is really big. Now Creator is forced into things that he doesn't want to be forced into. Oh no. Gonna get a snipe here on that Prism. At the same time, this base is under some heavy fire. Will get cleaned up. Creator losing so much. I think Creator is kind of bleeding out here. He's just, yeah, he's not in a spot to really make things happen. He's playing sloppy as well. Keeps walking into mines. Now, do note that 2 maps were played on the Western United States server, so that is Korea favored. And yeah, nah, this is actual pain. Actual pain. Three is about to finish up. I mean, there's no 4th base. In a way, I kind of like the way that, like, the decisions that Creator tends to make in these situations. He's not trying to probe up, not trying to take a 4th base. He's just trying to take one convincing fight in the middle of the map. Colossus on the wrong side of the aisle here. They're being shot at by the Vikings, while they're not really connecting with the majority of the Terran army. Good control with the Prism, but don't quite think it's going to be good enough, or is it? Cleans up this army. Cleans up this army pretty convincingly as well. Question now is, can he push this advantage? Clem with an intelligent play will go for a base trade here. Wants to win time, nothing else but time. 2,900 mineral income against 1,400. There's not enough defenses though. That's going to be a major issue. That is indeed a problem. Clem is just going to move back home. That's kind of lucky for Creator in a way, because he decided to also not get anything at home. Clem now sets up, or takes his 3rd base into the main. There's a lot of Marines in this army, holy crap. 4 Vikings, 1 Ghost. Can we get an EMP? Yes, we can. Yeah, it's still going to be over, isn't it? Here comes the flank from the back as well. More EMPs are connecting with this army. And that means, my dear friends, that this game has ended. And Clem gets the W. And what does that mean for today? Well, what does that mean for today? It means that Clem is going to move into a position of being 2-1 in the group, while still having to play against Elazer and REYNOR. Okay, let's have a look at where we're... Okay, we're staying on this server. Clem should have just shot the Prism. The moment you shoot the Prism, because the Prism is like 3-4 range behind the Colossus, you expose the Vikings very much. So if there's a Stalker count still alive, it can actually be kind of tricky. It can actually be kind of tricky. Now, something that is interesting to note here is that The next match rate, we can actually have a look at this stuff. This one. Oh, being invited into a lobby already. They're so fast with the lobbies today, honestly. Yesterday as well. They really improved that that workflow. We're going into games much, much quicker. Did they patch up the Colossus range already? Yeah, they did. 100% did, yeah. All right, I have this thing open. Right, so these are the results from yesterday. Creator, Reynor, Hero, Clem, Firefly, Elazer. Just making sure that I'm staying in the lobby, so I need to tab out every now and again because someone isn't accepting for some reason. I bet it's a French person. That's Wardy. God. Can Elazer qualify? If Elazer wins every game right now, he's actually in a really good spot to qualify. Because he has the best possible map score defensively. The best possible map score for being 0-2. Elazer still has a really tough schedule, though. He has Hero and he has Clem. And I don't think he usually beats Clem. He can beat Hero. He beat Hero last time he played him in... Was it a DreamHack or something? I can't quite recall where it was. But yeah, there's a lot of exciting matches. Hero also is absolutely not safe yet. After losing to Firefly yesterday, there's a decent chance that Hero will not make it out. Like a pretty decent chance. There we go. Finally, we managed to enter the lobby. It's because there's some idiots that don't press the accept button immediately. That's literally the only reason why it takes so long. Sorry. Okay, let's have a quick look at this group now. So yeah, you have Creator in first, actually. Well, he's not going to be in first anymore because that's going to be updated. Reynor's also 2-1. Wait, who did Reynor? Oh, right. Reynor lost to Creator. No, he did lose to Creator. Yeah, Reynor's in a bad spot as well here. He's in a very scary spot because he still needs to play Clem and Hero. There is a decent chance that Reynor will not make it out. Most likely either Reynor or Hero won't make it out. Because Clem still needs to play against Elazer. Honestly, anything can happen. Literally everyone still has a chance. This is such a fun group. Holy crap. This is actually a really fun group. Like literally everyone can still make it out. And everyone can get knocked out. And it is pretty realistic that Reynor, Hero, Clem, or multiple out of like the top 3 won't make it because Creator is performing quite well. Firefly took out Hero, which is, ooh, that is scary. And then Firefly still needs to play against Creator, which is going to be scary for Creator because Firefly is really good in Protoss versus Protoss. So there's like 17 things that can happen still. Do you dislike having a massive party in game? Yeah. By old patch, do you mean current patch? Yeah, but people kept being confused by it, so I just wrote old patch. And now you're being confused by old patch, so there's really no winning. Like, it is what it is. Did Harstem react to the update of the Cyclone, even if it's not the right tournament? I haven't reacted. So I think the way that I'm going to do it is that if there's going to be like maybe I'll just have like a video with a couple of pro gamers in which we kind of go over the balanced tournament and the games that we've played and our experiences so far and what we still think needs to happen. As kind of just kind of talking out in the open. I think it would be fun to do. That also, because right now, one of the main reasons why I keep making videos about balanced stuff is because if I don't do it, I'm consistently getting questions asked like, hey, what do you think of X? What do you think of Y? And having to answer them every single time individually is kind of frustrating for me. It's much easier if I just release a video and then people can watch it, you know, whenever they please. Because otherwise, during one stream, I'll have to answer the same question 20 times. And I understand why people ask, but at the same time, it's very frustrating for me to answer, you know, the entire time. So I think that's just what I'm going to be doing. And then I also have some more time to think about it still, and you hear also the input of other people, which is probably more interesting than just hearing me about it all the time. You know, just hear some different perspectives, because different people from the same race will often have different perspectives, and different races always look at things very different as well. So yeah, we'll have a little debrief at something like that. Yeah, you know what's kind of funny is with how like kind of players on YouTube work is that there's a lot of players that are really quite good and don't have any real hype behind them, at least on YouTube, because the way that picking games for YouTube often works is that you like there are just names that perform very well. So picking a game between two players that doesn't have a hook, so to say, is actually very bad as a business move. So this is why also you see fairly little mirror matchups on YouTube casted games most of the time. Like I try to mix them in, well, honestly, more frequently than would be wise on my second channel, because it always underperforms. So most people just watch games with the race that they identify with the most. So if you have a Protoss, like a PvZ, you'll get Protoss watchers and Zerg watchers. Well, if you have a PvP, you're only going to get Protoss watchers. So even if it's a really good game, less people are going to watch it. But because I'm kind of passionate about PvP myself, I often throw it in. That's why you hardly ever see any ZVZs or TVTs, because I'm just not quite as passionate about them, unless it's two players that I really like in that particular matchup. You're just not seeing that quite as much. And then there's some players, or sometimes a game will give you like kind of like a natural hook. You know, it's like if there's like proxy hatches or there's like some massive cheese, or a game is like really, really sick, then you can kind of withstand, the negative pool that a PvP usually has. This was an even trade, by the way. 2 adepts for 3 drones. There was almost no drone mining time lost, so I actually think this is beneficial for Elazer. This is a very okay trade for him. He's going to be happy. Like, nothing wrong with that. Oracle needs to stay at home so you can delay the first spore by a little bit, so you get slightly more mining. Yeah, he's going to be just fine with that. Pulsar Beam actually gets activated, but only gets a single ling here, so Elazer with a very solid start. Are all 3 games of Firefly versus Elazer on West? Yeah, they are. Yeah. I don't know too much about the ping from China to West to comment on how fair that is, but I think it is probably quite fair. It is literally the worst matchup that there is, though, when it comes ping-wise, because both players are going to have, like, between 180 and 220 ping. So I think generally Europe versus China will have the worst, like, probably kind of weird results is what you're going to get. This is the exact same build order that Firefly played yesterday against REYNOR. And I was talking with Elazer this morning about this, so he should be aware of it. You see, he built a bunch of links preemptively, kind of to deal with this exact play. I think you want to hide the links here, actually. He finishes. What? What a... yeah. So I was gonna say this is a blunder, but this probably just has something to do with the thing, because this was a really big mistake. Like, this was... I really respect Firefly, so I mean, I can't imagine that he looked at the 14 links there and thought to himself, yeah, 4 of that might make it. Still get 6 kills though, but you're delaying your own tech by quite a bit, which sucks already, and on top of that you're also losing all pressure on the map. So no new links need to be built for a very long time. Oh, this is a huge scout here by Elazer. This is such a big scout. Seeing those 2 adepts move out, you're gonna probably force a pulsar beam. You probably should try and force a pulsar beam. Maybe it's too little links though. Could also go for a run, but these sentries are out in the open for no reason. 5 more gateways coming out. Oh, this is a build order. What? Elazer just scouted as well. He never does that. Big moment. We all witnessed Elazer send in a link scout. Love to see it. Still has vision on this gas, by the way. Sees the lag. I mean, if He scouted, saw no pro production, a lack of gases, and his response is to get 4 more workers. 8 more workers to go up to 81. Okay. I'm not super feeling this move, my friends. I'm not super feeling it. He needs roach production, and he needs it yesterday. Because this is... He's being 8-gate all in over here. And he's just adding more drones. Yeah, you don't. 79 workers is nice, but what if I get 83? Yeah, maybe a second Evo chamber as well over here. A 5th and a 6th base. Yeah, coming in, guys. We have more room. More room for sure. Maybe first go to the Overlord cap as well to make macro easier later on. No Link scouting on the map. Ravager's now being built, so he must have scouted. Bailing Nest about to finish up. That could be nice. He just has no units. So if Firefly plays proper over here and moves forward at a slow pace, he's going to be in trouble. But if he just straight up goes in right now, he's going to be in a very good spot because there's legitimately no units out. There's no bailing speed either. Here comes a flank. Nice Biles here to break open these force fields. Needs to rebile though. Queen's doing a phenomenal job here at taking this out. Oh my god. Firefly getting completely wrecked in this push. And you know what well, is it over yet? Is it over yet? No target fire with the Immortals on the Roaches. He's just taking out the Queens for some reason, while the Queens don't get extra damage from the Immortals. So the control here with the Prism is good, but the target fire hasn't been brilliant. I think Elazer is pushing a bit too hard. He needs to pull back right now. He probably needed to pull back a little bit earlier already. Oh, it does get the Biles. That is huge. Because that denies... Okay, now it's over. Okay, maybe this was the perfect amount. I thought that he was going too deep here. I thought that he could probably pull back a bit, win a bit of time. There was no force fields left, so you don't have the risk of being cut off. This was a terrific hold over here. Fantastic. Extravagant hold here. Exquisite. Brilliant play. Casually held with 80 drones. Yeah. You know what people do is when they see a hold like this, and you know what's very tempting to do as well, is to claim that Zerg is imbalanced because they managed to hold with 80 drones. But in reality, is that building 80 drones blindly against a 4-gas 58 propal in is not viable. I know build orders that would 100% kill this. 100%. It's not even gonna be close. So that just means that the build sucks. So it's way easier to claim imbalance, but in reality, you just need to second guess whether the build that the Protoss did here was actually just incorrect, or maybe he was really far behind after the early game. So there's many different factors here. And of course, claiming imbalance is always the easiest. So that's the thing that people are going to resort to immediately. They'll take this game, it's like, well, Zerg didn't scout 80 drones, rah, rah, rah. It's like, well, maybe the Protoss build was just balls. Like, if I hold a Terran 1 base all in while I'm expanding to 3 bases as a Protoss, you could start complaining about TOS, super battery, too strong, can hold anything, 3 bases, didn't even scout that I had just a 1 base all in, tanks, liberators, everything. Like, well, maybe the build is just complete garbage if you don't manage to kill someone that went 3 base off of a single gate. Maybe your execution was crap. I don't think this was actually that great of an angle to move into. I think Dragon Skills is probably the worst map as well for this particular type of build, but I guess that makes it more surprising. I just think there's other builds that you could definitely go for that would have a higher win rate against how Elazer plays. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this personally. And well, we saw it work, not working out at all. Zerg is just bonkers. There we go. That's what I'm looking for here. Dear streamer, why do Zergs make Banelings versus Stalkers? I don't understand. Please explain. Well, in the previous game, he was lacking larva a little bit. So he had a bunch of money left over. So it's a quick way to spend money. And what a Baneling does very well is that it tanks Stalker shots. So it isn't even necessarily about the damage that the Baneling is dealing, but it is just that it is unrealistic that if you have 25 Stalkers, is that you're target firing while you're being attacked by Banelings on Roaches, because then you need to move too far forward. And then you can't properly split against Banelings. So usually what ends up happening when you A-move is you're fighting against Banelings, and if you kill them, they're still going to explode. So it makes micro super difficult for Protoss, and they still deal damage, even if the damage isn't great. So generally, once there's a lot of Banelings out and you have a massive Stalker army and there's no Storm to get rid of the Banes, you're never going to win any fights. Or if you don't have like Archons or Colossus to deal with, what you call it? To deal with the Bane. Like, you're not going to win any fights. It's almost impossible. Because your Stalkers are going to lose all of their damage output into Banes that will still explode on top of them. So that's why Zerg always move commands Banelings around rather than A-moving. Like, so against Terran, if you're a Zerg player and you get the, you know, you stand very close to the Marines, you'll actually right-click or A-move on top of the Marines so they explode on top of the Marines. But against Protoss, the only time you're actually attack moving with Banelings is if you're finding Templar or if you're finding Sentries or if you're finding Zealots or Adepts. Otherwise, you're always just right-clicking around. It's always just pure move command. This is actually a good tip if you're a Zerg player against Protoss. Unless you're fighting against units that take extra damage from Banelings, you're always just move commanding 100% of the time. Even against Archons. Do you have Walmart near you? No. The Walmart doesn't exist in the Netherlands, I think. I haven't seen it ever. I'm not even sure if it exists out of North America in general. I don't think they've expanded past that. But maybe there's some other countries that have it? I don't know. I've never seen one. Alright, Stargate's first coming out. Out of Firefly. Wait, I need to put the... Man, I'm so bad today with putting the scores in. My bad for that. If you tune in, you have no clue what's kicking off. 0-0 all the time. It's not the way it's supposed to be. Another thing that we noticed out of Firefly is that he seemed very keen on sacrificing the first two Adepts. So having 8-lings ready at all times is probably a good play. Nice control on the Queen. Doesn't get the block off, just barely misses it. 8-lings now moving in position here. There are some links in the main, I hope. Drone pool slightly too late. Yeah, this is what we call the West factor. Yeah. 3 drones though, for almost no drone pool. Once again, and pretty much an even trade here. Like, you're not happy, you're not sad. It just happened, you know? There's no emotion attached to that, I think. Nexus does barely manage to go down. It's gonna lose a probe though, so overall I think a positive emotions going to be coming towards Elazer sometime soon. In next fall. Oracle now popping out. Now, I saw the build order that Firefly utilized against REYNOR yesterday. I think it was even on this particular map. And it was actually kind of interesting what was played. So he went for, I think it was a robotics facility. He might have even gotten a +1. And then after a double Oracle opener, transitioned into triple Stargate Phoenix. So this is kind of what... I'm not sure if I'm expecting it again, but it is something we're just keeping an eye on. We're just making sure... Okay, it's going to be a robotics facility at least, with a forge. That seems to be the standard setup here for Firefly. We have a third Oracle. So we're just keeping an eye on as to what Firefly is doing. Now, I went over the VODs together with Elazer. We just talked a bit about them. So it's building a lot of links. Oh, he's keen on doing something here. He's gonna get all of these adepts for free, by the way. Shade comes in now. Shade is too aggressive. Queen's moving forward to deal with the Oracles. Link's being sent around already, rather than dealing with these adepts. Now go back home. At the same time, Link run by on the other side. This is potential to actually deal a little bit of damage. We see a lot of gas being saved up here for Firefly. Hasn't started +1, hasn't started an Observer or anything of the sort. We now have a Roach Warren coming in, an Immortal and +1. Uh-oh! Pulsar Beams need to be activated. There's only a single one available, though. There's no mining at all now on this third base. That is going to be quite painful. As well as that, whenever you need to activate Pulsar Beams defensively, that means you can't activate them aggressively. Where's the follow-up tech? I think this might actually just be the same build again. Look at this. He's building sentries, adding gateways, chrono boosting immortals. He's gonna lose a sentry if he ain't careful. He's completely out of energy here. Completely out of energy. Fourth base coming in. Okay. Pneumatized carapace. Is this a Roach-all-in? Oh, he's Roach-all-inning. He cancelled the Evo chamber. He's going for an absolute Roach-all-in over here. Getting more links. This is a fortunate play here coming out of him. As he goes in for a scout. He's getting 2 dropper lords already. 12 roaches now in production. This feels like he's hitting quite late though and quite weak. I think it's going to be the triple Stargate follow-up, to be honest. He's just waiting for this overseer to clear. Look how much money Firefly is saving right now. Like, what is he waiting for? I think it's going to be double Stargate, honestly. It has to be double Stargate. It can't be anything else. Like double Stargate being added in. Like, why are we floating 800 resources at this timing? This makes no sense. Now gets 4 more gateways, 3 more gateways. Now at Twilight? Maybe he just likes floating money. Wants to feel rich all the time. He has so much gas at the moment. The defensive setup is going to be actually quite strong for him. Like, he should probably not lose this if he force fields well and is even, well, slightly in position. He did not scout, did not realize what was going on. We get the drop on the queens here. Accidentally picks one up. We do not have any generating creep either. This is not the greatest execution on this push, but I think it's going to be fine because, well, let's face it, if you have 80 workers as a Protoss player and you completely not scout what your opponent is doing and your early game is crap, most of the time you're gonna die. And that's exactly what happens here. Firefly loses 2-0 with a very poor showing, honestly, so far in the Protoss versus Zergs. Kind of uninspired build orders. Has his own style, but it isn't working out at all. And not a fan. I haven't been a fan so far. Not been a fan. Wait, we're moving servers. What's happening? Hero creator. Okay. I'm gonna be moving to the Asian server then. This is pre-recorded. I saw this match in 2008. Nice. Very nice. Even born in 2008? Yeah, honestly, if he had any type of idea that this was coming, he had so many, like, so many force fields. I think there was legit, like, 8-9 force fields available, and the Ravager count was just 3 or 4. So I think if he's, even if he's just in position and gets like any amount of static defense reactively as it's on his doorstep, I think he might be capable of holding because his production was okay-ish. And he's about to get 7 gates. Funnily enough, the fact that he completely forgot to throw down any extra tech probably could have helped him out in this push. Like, he was building very bad units for a macro game, but against the push, he honestly should have maybe even been fine. Because Elazer's execution also wasn't brilliant, but it was good enough. Maybe pin the bracket again. Okay, let's see if I can do this on my phone. That would be high tier. Yep, I can. Yeah, lots of opportunities being missed. They're a little bit sad, but that's just the way that it is, my friends. That is just the way that it is. Do-do-dum, do-do-dum, dum. Hey, Captain, do you smoke weed or do you weed smoke? Neither. Yet another normie who has never played StarCraft but enjoys the content. Keep it up. Thanks, bud. Is Firefly out for good now? Or is there consolation? So Firefly currently has a 1-3 score and a 2-7 map score, which probably means he is out. Because his best map score possible is going to be -3, which I don't think can be good enough mathematically. I don't think it's possible. So yeah, I think he might be out. Even if he wins the next 2 matches 2-0, 2-0. Which is fairly unlikely. Because he's only playing 1 more match. So if he wins the next match 2-0 against Creator, he gets -3, 2-3 score. I mean, we can see what you think. I think mathematically it might be impossible. But I could actually be wrong. Like Wikipedia doesn't put him as being out of the group yet. Oh, you see? So Wikipedia still says, but I don't think it's possible. Elazer right now is on 0-0. Like it's 4-4 map score and has 0 points and is 1-2. If Elazer wins one of the next 2 matches, I think he might just make it through, depending on how he performs. Like if he wins 2-0 and loses 1-2, there's a good chance he makes it with a 2-3 map score, which would be kind of sick. Wikipedia doesn't calculate upcoming matches, so it isn't perfect. Yeah, that's what you said yesterday. I'm not entirely sure if I know what it means, but I'll keep it in mind next time I talk about it. That's not entirely perfect, at least. Cero plus 10. No Zergs in his group. There was actually no Zergs in his group, yeah. 3 Protoss players and 2 Terrans. Maru, Max Pack, Showtime, Gumio, Trigger. Yeah. As long as there's no Zerg, Cero ain't losing. I think out of the last few tournaments, he always lost to Zerg, right? So he lost to Ragnarok in Intel Extreme Masters. Who did he lose to at in Gamers 8? I can't remember. And who did he lose to in Sweden? Or did he win Sweden? No, he won Sweden. Home Story Cup, he probably lost to REYNOR. He lost the Classic. Yeah, but not in the bracket stage. He lost the Solar, right. Does he always lose to Zergs in tournaments? Has there been a... Like, how long is it ago that Cero got knocked out by a non-Zerg in a tournament? That is something I'm quite interested in. That is something I am quite interested in. Alright. We're in our next game. This is Hero. And this is Creator. Now, if Hero loses this, I think he is probably out of the tournament. Like, not number-wise, but I believe that Hero is going to drop maps against both REYNOR and Elazer. And I actually think he'll lose altogether to REYNOR. He has beaten Clem. And there's a chance he loses to Elazer, because last time Hero and Elazer played, Elazer beat him. So, I don't know. I actually, like, Hero's PvZ, especially against foreign Zergs, is quite bad. He has very good early game control, but his follow-ups are, quite frankly, kind of figured out. I hope he has some new stuff here, because otherwise I'm fearing for the Protoss players live in this tournament. And that means more angry emails being sent to me, because I haven't done a good job balancing the game. Which I'm not looking forward to, my friends. I'm not having it. How do you view Hero's PvP, Captain? Phenomenal, but very inconsistent. Very inconsistent. Because he takes so many risks, right? No matter what level the player is. He's always busy taking risks. That's what he does, after all. He's a risk taker. Ooh. You see this? Alternative approach here to the matchup, as I see a big donation. 500 CZK, so that's the Czech kroner. Appreciate your streams. As your programmer, you can add more insight. Keep up with the good work and wish success in future tournaments. Always hold my thumbs when you're playing. Maybe hold your thumbs a little bit more, because I definitely do need that. Thanks so much, though, for the donation. I do appreciate that, my friend. Very kind of you. So, everything in my body here, like, is just screaming to me that Creator's opener is really bad. And that he has already lost the game. Like, we can just compare the situations and see what the benefits and, you know, the disadvantages are in both situations. I think you can even fight with the Oracle here to try and take out the Stalkers. Well, not if you take 2 shots free. This is maybe a little bit scary. Yeah. Both get a kill. Now this Stalker is about to pop. Okay, this is completely fine. Cancel, 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 cancel! What? Wait, you've been hit in the head, mate. I think the bottom side is not secure. It's gonna throw down a stasis. Quick pro pool, incorrect position on that stasis. Very nice though. Okay, let's actually do a comparison right now. So, what do we have on each side? We have the same worker count. Actually, Hero is up 1 worker. We have a Stalker count in which Creator has 2 more Stalkers. Blink starts at exactly the same time. And Hero has an Oracle. Oracle always has potential. And on top of that, it also is detection already. So right now, what Hero can do is A, Hero has map control due to the Oracle. Stalkers always need to stay at home. So he can take a faster 3rd base. And B, he can also take a faster 3rd base if he wants to, because he doesn't need to build a robotics facility. Scouting is much easier for Hero because he has an automatic scout. So he's hugely favored currently in this setup. Despite the supplies being even, having this Oracle represents so much value. So imagine that Hero will go for a 4-gate Stalker attack, because that is what he's going for. And then Creator will decide to defend with 2 or 3 gateways and a 3rd base. Now, what is going to happen here is that Creator will need to leave at least 1 or 2 Stalkers per base to make sure that stasis wards can't happen. Even if you just have 2 Stalkers total, you already need to have invested into these batteries, and then you still need 2 Stalkers to make sure that the stasis ward can't go down. As long as this Oracle survives, Creator is going to be down 2 Stalkers from whatever this number is going to be. Okay? On top of that, Creator needs to build a robotics facility. He isn't doing it, but he should be building a robotics facility. Otherwise, he could just straight up die against DTs. So, yeah, this is a really bad position for Creator, genuinely. I'm surprised how many Stalkers Hero is building defensively. If you're planning on taking a fast 3rd base, you can do this off of 2 or off of 3 gateways as the Oracle player. I'm surprised to see him get 4 gateways, because it has no real benefit. He's also floating a lot of cash, by the way. He's gonna get 4 Stalkers now. You have a pylon going up here on the side. We have 13 Stalkers versus 13 Stalkers. There is Blink out, which means that this Oracle could potentially be in some serious danger. This is a good start of the fight for Hero. Can't be too aggressive, though. Doesn't have a reinforcement pylon either. Pretty decent fight, I think. Actually, this was a decent fight for Creator. I thought that Hero did well. 4 Stalkers lost versus 2 Stalkers lost. Oracle moving in towards the main. Misses a stasis ward. Despite the very good start for Hero, or at least what I consider to be an advantageous start, I actually believe that this is completely fine here for Creator. He's done a good job navigating this. He's actually gonna get a Prism and another gateway. So he's planning on being aggressive here. This I hadn't expected. He's also mirroring the movement of his opponent almost perfectly. Just barely missed that. Okay, well, this is gonna suck. Map control was still in favor here of Hero, of course. And it's going to result in sniping this pylon stasis ward. Ooh! Creator without ping is a very powerful unit. Holy crap. Okay, let's have a look, Creator. What are the plans? It's 4 gateways versus 4. It is 21 Stalkers versus 16. There is a battery over here. +1 on the way for Hero. How is Hero going to manage his infallible beliefs? Charge on the way. There's a lot of investment in things that won't help. But at the same time, the Stalker count is so similar. If this battery participates in the fight, I think Hero will win. Big blink forward, because he just wanted to keep this battery alive. I think he shoots it too fast. I think he shot that battery way too fast. No? Still have this Prism in the back. It's only 4 gateways, really. Hero has better production somehow, some way. Here we go. 26 Stalkers to 19. There is no extra bonus here for Hero. Actually, his angle is worse. I'm just going to keep the unit count open. 24 to 18 still. Cannon is helping out a little bit. Stasis ward put forward. Is going to get triggered by that 1 Stalker. 24 to 21. +1. Getting closer and closer to finishing up right now. Super battery is getting closer to being around. I think probes will need to be pulled in a little bit. this cannon will get targeted down. 25 stalkers to 20. Here comes the pro pool. That's important. +1 finishing up. 7, 8, 9 workers going down. Big blink forward here out of Hero. And that means that these stalkers are going to get cleaned up. Hero just holding despite going for charge, despite going for extra gateways. Hero was investing into everything and still gets a clean hold over here versus Creator and wins game number 1. Honestly, kind of convincingly. Impressive stuff. Yeah, it was a massive concave for Creator indeed, but doesn't really matter. Is Revelation a good replacement for Observers? No, yeah. Like, you know, yeah, it's fine. Temporarily. Eventually you'll need Observers, but for a long time you don't need to. Don't understand why Creator didn't stay there when he had the concave. Kept going back. I don't know entirely either. I think he might have been afraid of like... Actually, I don't know what he must have been afraid of. I like your intermission music. Yeah, it's just the one in the game. Will the new Cyclone be better or worse against my proxy Void Ray Rush? It will be different. I'll need to see. Why do you do so little focus fire in those stalker battles? So, attacking individual stalkers tends to be quite bad because it ruins your concave. So, usually you use small groups of stalkers to attack stalkers that have blinked back and try to come back into the battle. That is the main way you usually kind of navigate that. At least that's what I do. I think that's what most players do. Because if you use 16 stalkers to right click on one stalker and a volley gets dodged completely like that, that is really big because that's a lot of damage output you just lost. So majority of the time what you see people do is when they have, you know, they just A move basically in a big concave, then they blink back individual stalkers and they select small groups of their own stalkers to pick off stalkers that try to return to the fight with low HP. Majority of the time that is what happens at least. In lower number blink fights, sometimes target firing on stalkers you know that have blinked back can be good with like large groups. So if you have 8 versus 8 stalkers, usually you can do it with like just like maybe your entire stalker group. You're like kind of kiting moving forward. But a lot of it in stalker versus stalker, most of the time it's not so much about focus fire, but it's about dodging your opponent's shots. So if you see one stalker that's being attacked by 5 stalkers, and they have somewhat synchronized attack, you can blink back while the stalker shot is flying, and the damage doesn't ever arrive, basically. So that is a really big deal, because then you're just, you know, you're lowering your opponent's damage output, which is the biggest thing you can do. Creator, down 1-0 in this game. What is that scratchy sound? What scratchy sound? Do you hear a scratchy sound? I'm not hearing anything. Maybe it's just in your in-ears. It is possible that it's just in your, you know, it's in your head. The voice in your head has stopped speaking. And it's now just making scratchy noises. And it only comes out when you're watching my stream specifically. Spider in their ear. You might want to go to the doctor, buddy. No, it was there. Yeah, sure. You also have a spider in your ear. Do you play Minecraft? No, I don't. Absolutely do not. Maybe it's that sound, is when I move my microphone. But it's more squeaky than scratchy. Maybe it's this? It's also not really scratchy. Maybe it's when my microphone hits my chain. I can move my chain to below my shirt. Stop flaunting my wealth. It's high here. It's my chair. Also possible. Alright, standard Sentry Stalker here. Into Sentry Stalker, so a complete mirror. Oh, the static scratchy sound might be the background music of the menus, actually. It's like things being repaired. Yeah. So you have like the little intermission piano music that plays, and then there's like scratchy sounds that go in the background. Yeah. It is possible. Yeah, we'll have a look at this. I'll force it to play. Alright, let's see what's kicking off. Faster base for a creator as he plays Sentry Stalker Stalker. It's actually ooh. Hero's playing an even wilder build over here. Look at this. He's gonna go into 5 Stalker with a Sentry. This is not very common at all. It means creator gets a faster Twilight Council. It probably needs a battery, or he might be in some minor... No, actually, does he? I don't think he needs a battery at all. Hero will be forced into cutting. This is a really bad start for Hero. Look at this. Twilight... Oh, he's kind of robo. What? Oh, what? So, why is he moving into the main base? There's nothing in the main. No, move downstairs. If he's downstairs, he legit wins the game. If he's not downstairs, he could legit lose the game. Oh, no, you need to move. You need to move, buddy. Everything downstairs right away. There we go. Battery's about to finish up. Good fast control here out of Creator, honestly. Nice force field. 1 Stalker for 1 Stalker. Might get a second one. Will not have to follow up Scout, though, because he was forced to use both of these things. Saw the Sentry. Now might see the Warp in. I think you want another better... Why are we chrono boosting? He thinks it's a macro game. It's not a macro game, my friend. This is not a macro game. Battery, 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 battery. Noise. We're gonna need 1 more battery on the low ground here. Absolutely vital. Constant unit production. Battery on the low ground. And he needs sentries. He needs sentries. There's... Oh my god, and chrono here on Blink. More batteries is what we need. And it's what I want. Come on. Poof. He's gonna move out here and see these sensors. No, dude! You mad in the head? Okay, that's 4 force fields for 2 Stalkers. Does force him to build another battery, which probably in the end is gonna be good. Oh, no. Okay, well, there's vision here. He needs to put the sentry in first, I think, no? So you can force field. And there's Blink as well, so... Move into the main, move into the main, pull all workers. Immediately pull all workers. I think is what you do. Actually, he pulls the workers too late. He pulled the workers too late. It's gonna get force fielded out if he ain't careful now. Oh, there is Blink. Now he's moving them back. You need to pull immediately when you see this, because then the damage output isn't so high yet. Immortal is not going to finish here. Creator's gonna lose 2-0 to literally the worst builder I've seen in my entire life. And that Creator has seen in his entire life. GG gets called. And that means Hero wins 2-0, and that was a very, very important win. Okay, here we go with the music. Yeah, it's like a record player that's turning. That's the noise you hear. I think you need to move to America, probably. Let me have a look. No, it's Elazer versus Clem. Dang it, I need to go to Europe. It is the music that plays when you have the Manx guy moving forward. It's my background, look. So it's this. And this is the record player. You see it? This type of stuff is so well done, man. It's crazy to me. Hey, the music sounds so good. Like, even such a small... I don't know. I know that their budget was massive for StarCraft 2. I think I googled the other day. I think they had a budget of 100 million to make StarCraft 2. 100 million. That is so much money. Yeah. I'm not sure if that was for all 3 editions or just Wings of Liberty, but yeah. That's crazy, no? $40,000 tournament without Cerro Maru. Cerro Maru we're in Group A. That group has already been played. Wait, I'm not in the correct channel. That would be one hell of a way to not get in here. What if they misplaced one of those $100 million into my bank account? He would have one more dollar. I wonder if it paid off. I think it did. I mean, the StarCraft retail price initially was like $60 or something. And I think they sold like 2.5 million in the first 2 days, no? In the first month on sale, StarCraft 2 sold a total of 3 million copies. As of December 2010, the game has sold nearly 4.5 million units. Nah, there's gonna be... Back then there were distribution prices, I guess, as well. Like a cost of distribution that was higher than now. Because now with all the digital copies, like... I guess Steam takes a commission, right? I'm not sure how it works. I bet, like... Does anyone know what percentage Steam gets per sale? It's like 5 or 10 or... I bet it's pretty high because the platform is really powerful. 30%? I guess Blizzard has the Battle.net launcher though, so they don't have these issues. Jesus Christ. It's a false report. StarCraft didn't cost 100 million. Really? Maybe I'm not as good at Googling as I thought I was. SC2 budget. Initially, Wall Street Journal reported a cost of 100 million and 7 years in the making of StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 budget has not exceeded 100 million. Has not exceeded. The cited budget pertains to World of Warcraft. Amazing. Wild stuff. Yeah, they wouldn't make $60 per sale, and the servers cost them. Yeah, that's true. Still, must have made a decent dime on that. Freaking StarCraft 2, man. 30% though on every sale for Steam. That's pretty crazy, no? That is really significant. That's way more than I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be like a high estimate in my mind. It was like 15%. 30. Well, good job. Good for Steam. They did well. You used to read more chat before all the fame. Facts. Actual facts. Oh, there's a game here. Harstem is pretending that he can read, but in reality there's someone talking to him in his earphones. I've been found out again. God, that is just great, isn't it? Wasn't Raid Shadow Legends like made by like 3 guys or something? As well. I thought that was the highest amount. Like they had a very small team in general. Because they also outsource all of their advertising stuff, right? So the actual full-time employees that worked for like on Raid Shadow Legend was massive. Or was tiny. Yeah, Raid Shadow Legend. Wait. I think the StarCraft 2 microtransactions were legitimately the best type of microtransactions that a game could have, though. Like, if you compare it to any other game, like, you actually got massive value for your money. Like, the war chests were... People loved those and loved paying for it. I think it was good value. Then you had all the... Like, the co-op commanders. I think that was legit sick as well. Like, it's pretty cheap. It's like $5 for an entire commander. Like, I think they were very reasonable prices, and you got really, you almost always got extra content with it as well, which was cool. So I don't know. I feel like, I know it's still microtransactions, but at least there was no in-game currency that you had to buy, you know? Like, I feel like when it came to microtransaction practice, the way that StarCraft 2 did it was literally the most ethical way of doing it. Like, it was legit value. You weren't forced. It was never pay to win with anything. Like, you could even play the freaking commanders until level 5 for free. Like, that to me was actually the craziest thing, is that they allowed that to stay in. Like, you can say a lot about StarCraft 2, but they've been acting very ethically as a game. Like, and the way that Blizzard has, like, done these things for their community is like high tier, in my opinion. Very high tier. Like, there's a lot of things that they did wrong, but that... They absolutely did correct. Never, like, I'm sure there was a lot of pressure on them to, you know, try and, you know, drain more profit out of the community. And they always managed to withstand that pressure. And I'm very grateful for that. Oh, we need to all leave the lobby right now. I'm not quite sure why. Something's happening. It's because they didn't expect much from StarCraft. Yeah, but you still could have milked it to death, you know? The people that were in charge from like 2015 to 2020, I think they really did a good job kind of preserving at least the integrity of the game. I respect them for that. That was high tier. Is there any insight why they did a good job in StarCraft 2 microtransactions because they didn't do that with their other Blizzard games to the same effect? I think the StarCraft 2, so the StarCraft 2 team was very old. As in, like, a lot of them were kind of veterans within Blizzard that really, really cared about, like, kind of keeping the game integrity. So, like, this is a lot of speculation, and like some of it is from people that either work there or interacted a lot with it. But from what I understood is that so a lot of the old dudes that worked at Blizzard, they really freaking liked games and really cared about making very good games. And then after a while, that wasn't the case anymore so much. And people also were more afraid to stand up just, you know, to bad decisions and more afraid of getting fired, I guess. And it felt like the StarCraft 2 team never felt so afraid of that. Like, they were very, very powerful. I guess they had some, like, some real soft power or something, just because they were, you know, they had so much experience. They were capable of doing some some great things. I don't know. I like the guys. It did a good job there. I still think a lot of mistakes were made, obviously, but in retrospect, everything is so easy. Why do you think StarCraft 2 lost relevance in the gaming world in the last 10 years? Do you think younger kids prefer mobile games? No, MOBAs are really, really popular. Counter-Strike is really popular. It could be that RTS just isn't as popular. And it's also possible that just mistakes, like, people don't really realize it, but StarCraft 2, it wasn't the first esport, but worldwide, I don't think there were any esports that were as big as StarCraft 2 before. Like, you had Brood War in Korea. So I think StarCraft 2 made a lot of mistakes on how they tried setting up their esports thing, and they weren't quite sure how to patch. They weren't sure how to, you know, it was so hyper competitive. There was so many people playing it, and there was so much on the line that a lot of, yeah, I don't know. I think definitely mistakes were made there, but it's maybe a learning curve. I'm not sure if it is because MOBAs took over or... It's so hard to say. Like, StarCraft had so much momentum in 2010, 2012. I think they were a little bit slow with patching, and maybe they didn't keep the game fresh enough in between expansions. I think that might actually be somewhat important. Like, seasons also were relatively meaningless, whereas in other games, seasons are very big, you know? People come back to seasons in Fortnite and in, I don't know, freaking League of Legends or whatever. Well, in StarCraft 2, it's like... It feels like nothing really changes. There's no new content with a new season. It's just the ladder gets reset. And then you're still at the same MMR. It's like, well... I feel like it's way harder to retain players that way. But it's so hard to say. The gateway to entry is super high / punishing in a 1v1 game. But people played it so much. Like, and it was super popular. So it's like, sure, the gateway was high, but it's not like that is, you know, you can't cross that barrier for some reason. Like, you definitely can cross that. Many people crossed it. It's just retaining the people was the issue, especially in the early years. No, not so much anymore. Lots of people are staying. All right, enough about all of that. Let's have a look here. Elazer versus Clem. Now, Clem extremely favored. I'm not quite sure about the numbers, but I want to say that I can't quite recall Elazer beating Clem. So that's not good. That is actually not good. Clem's opening up with a fast starport double gas opener, so it's going to be playing 2-base Banshee. Elazer most likely is going to be playing his standard style. So probably there's some Lingbane into... Actually, he plays Lingbane for a very long time. Is this going to be a run-by? Is there Links in position? No, there's not. That's kind of painful, actually. It's going to be 1, it's going to be 2, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this is an okay trade here for Clem. He's going to be pretty happy with that. Going to try to get some more kills. Doesn't quite get it. Next 2 cars shouldn't go for a run-by immediately again. And he won't. I don't think so, at least. Whenever Clem sees an opportunity, he almost always takes it, so... Can't give this guy any opportunities. Simple as that, you would think. Cloak about 30% done. Stim starting already. It's gonna most likely be 8 cars total then, of course, with the first 2 already having died. There's no 3rd CC quite yet. Will be going down soon. See how Elazer is going to respond to all of this. Has lost 5 workers, still on a pretty decent lead, okay. Here comes the Banshee in towards the main. Do we have a Spore? Yes, we have a Spore on the way, but there's no Cloak yet. There's no Queens in position either. This is going to be the timing for Clem to move in. Look at this. Shoos away those drones. Then goes in with the cars. He's going to take out a lot of these links, but at the same time losing a lot of Hellions. Killing only 2 drones. Loses 6 cars. Huge opener here for Elazer. Huge moves. Absolutely massive. Insta fires up the 11 drones. And look at this. No Marines out whatsoever. No Marines. And they're not going to be out for quite a while. So even if the first 2 medevacs pop out, it's just going to be with what? 11, 12 Marines? Not with a regular 16 yet. This is a build that is designed to deal a lot of damage. And it didn't deal that damage. And now as a result, we have Elazer, well, in a very good position. He's gonna be, well, maxing out at least on 3 bases with the drone count. He's moving towards a 4th base already, which he is setting up right now. I'd love to see some type of either an Evo chamber. Oh, almost gets a kill there on that bench. Yes, these bad boys are running out of energy as we speak. Might still take out one of these tumors. No, let it be. Oh my god. 88 supply against 75. Bailing nest on the way. I think Evo chambers are going to be necessary at some point as well. And indeed, there we go. In the main base, they will be set up. What is the worker count that Elazer can actually work towards? That's what I'm wondering. Like, pre-medevac drop. What's it going to be, you know? Oh, he's gonna get supply lock. That's nasty. He will go up to 70. That is a high worker count. That is a fairly high worker count. There's 10 queens out. He's gonna get his Baneling upgrade going as well. It's a little bit late. He forgot that Baneling nest, I think, for a tiny tad. 55 workers to 70. 15 supply up is Elazer. Can he hold this initial push? The answer is going to be yes. This is 13 Marines and 2 medevacs. No combat shield, no upgrades, no nothing. There's so many transfuses here. Unless Elazer actually wets the bed in a massive way, he's going to be completely fine. And he's not going to wet the bed in a massive way. He absolutely is not doing that. 7 more drones on the way. He sees how non-dangerous this move out is and says, you know what I can do here? 10 more drones. A 5th base. Burrow. Pneumatized carapace. Elazer is feeling it this game. He is going ham. Needs to be careful now because combat shield has finished up. 1-1. Close to being done as well. Clem will pick up. More creep being spread. Look at the creep spread here. Elazer playing the game of his dreams. Clem losing those 6 cars basically for free is big. This drop is not dealing the damage it needs to either. 5th base could be in some trouble if Elazer isn't careful. But we already have a Hydra then on the way. No, Clem. You're not paying attention here, buddy. So losing Marines for free. Elazer already set up on the left side as he adds in 3 more drones. Could throw down an infestation pit at this point as well and go up to maybe a 6th gas. Is that what we want? Do we want to head into fast lurkers off of this? Because it is going to be possible. 2-2 hasn't started yet for Clem. He's delaying those upgrades a little bit because he doesn't quite have the gas. Here comes a surround. No, this is not it, Elazer. This is not it. Mikołaj Ogonowski. It is not what we want. He's fighting in the middle at the same time as Burrow's about to finish up. And that is going to be nice. 4th base has started. It's going to be much later than it is compared to a standard triple CC opener that we've seen Clem do so many times. Overlord gets shot out of the sky. Hydra's now on the way. Here comes a flank. Once again, creep needs to be respread here. Ooh, some nice Baneling landmines. As this Banshee force is going to move forward, we'll try to target down some drones at this 5th base. Elazer still in control of this game, I think. I really do believe that his tech is looking nice. Oh, he's gonna lose the Banelings here. This base in general may be in a bit of trouble. A bit of a pickle indeed. This is gonna get picked up for now. There's no real queens nearby. This base can't afford to die. It might just die though. Transfuses. Transfuses are available. Can we get them? Can we get them? Can we get transfuses? Hello, for the love of God, can we get some transfuses? We have a fight in the middle of the map. Elazer, I think, got blasted by some mines or something. He's lost like 40 supply. Has a lot of cash in the bank. Does not have the larva, but is on 90 drones. This is the classic Zerg. Is 90 drones with no larva. I mean, it's great that you have eco, but how are you gonna spend that eco? There's no infestation pit quite yet. Elazer is getting completely out multitasked over here by the young French god. And no infestation pit here in Spain. Creep spread on the left side still looking great. Some less great creep spread on the right side. This base is in shambles. Now going up to 8 barracks. Nothing really to deal with these drops, but look at the cash in the bank. If Elazer can just get out there and spend that money, he's going to be fine. There's no banelings on this right side, and that means that this base is most likely going to be toast. As Elazer is just... He's getting owned by 2 medevacs here on the left side. Yeah, Clem's moving in with mines. This is not where you want Clem to be. With a lot of mines right in your face. That is pain. That is pain indeed. Now these Banes can get connections on these mines. Ooh! Clears them before they get the hit. That is something at least. Still no infestation pit though, guys. Still no transition into that higher tech. No transition into potential 3-3 upgrades or adrenal glands. We have none of that. This is pain. Clem's going to hit the natural as well at the same time. Has 3 groups of units around the map. Like the speed, the agility that this kid has is crazy. Like drops heading everywhere, you know? He's feeling himself right now. Marauder's gonna tank some of these shots. Still fairly close though in supply. I think Elazer is setting up for a big 2-2 timing attack. He usually goes for these. He tries to clean the opponent off the map, then goes for an attack on the 3rd base. That is his favorite way of playing. And he did just clear up a lot of supply. So that is something. So he could be setting up right now. Larva count is low. Yep, here we go. Starts moving across the map. This is the Elazer special. It really is. First ghosts are now on the way. Liberators being set up. Almost feel like getting tanks against Elazer might just be worth it. Just gonna try and hit perhaps on the left side. Still no infestation pit. The Elazer special as we know it, of course. Reburrows the Ling. It's gonna set up towards the middle. Mine's going to connect. Hop. Tries to preemptively trigger some of these mines. This drop is pulling a big portion of the army back, which is frustrating. This is really the hallmark of a great player. Is that you're capable of just pulling your opponent back when you're kind of in a tense situation. When you're being attacked, moving out on the map. That's what's important. I mean, Elazer still just doesn't have a hive. I don't understand how that's possible. Like, surely this is not a viable plan for the late game. Like, he's actually just waiting to get a massive attack going. Just an all-out attack. That's it, no? No infestation pit. He's gonna try and hit this base. I mean, he's definitely gonna hit it. Might even get the kill. Takes out one of these liberators. Lots of SCVs going down to 66. Elazer doing an okay job over here. Gonna lose quite some lanes initially to these shots. There's a tank in the back right now. Planetary is too powerful. There's no way this works, Elazer. Gonna need to move back home. At the same time, 6th base will get taken out. We have a backup 6th over here. Oh! No. Baneling mines do not get the connections that they want. There's a bunch spread out on the right side as well. It's Clem that's moving in right now. Clem feels like he's being real aggressive. I mean, he has the 3-3 upgrades and he's fighting against +2 armor. Needs to be careful though. Baneling's moving in from the back. Mines get mediocre connections, honestly. Clem is being forced back currently. Does he still have an army on the right side? No, these are just empty medevacs. That's not an army. That ain't an army. That is not what we signed up for, as Elazer takes out another base, has a lot of money in the bank. These marauders are super low. Elazer smells blood in the water, starts moving in. Could potentially burrow some Banes here. Yep, on the retreat, of course he does. Could actually send them off against these marauders. Oh, that is close. That was tight. We get a scan in the main right now, and Clem sees the lack of a hive. It's like, wait a second. You're on lair. Why am I on the map again? Why am I feeling bad? Like, he can just sit back and relax. He just needs a defensive posture. Clem can just absolutely do nothing for the next 5 minutes. I think he needs a couple more SCVs, because 69 is extremely low. Clem is... yeah, he's crazy. He's actually crazy. He just continuously moves out. Is this really what you should be doing if your opponent is all-inning you of layer tech and 80 drones? It sounds weird to say an all-in of 80 drones, but that's really what this is. Like, it's just a never-ending all-in, basically. Because there's good eco behind it. But eventually the trades become so poor that Elazer will run out of money when Clem won't. Right? That's just a fact. In a way, maybe not getting extra workers for Clem is kind of smart. Because it means that these trades will go a little bit better for him, right? Oh, nice target fire. Took out 2 of those banelings before they managed to reach. Third one just was a random attack move. But those first 2 was decent target fire. And he's getting blasted by the large Hydra count. We have 33 Hydras, only 12 of the banelings, but ghosts are being taken out. Is there an Overseer? Yep, there's an Overseer once more. Need some banelings to deal with a planetary, of course. There's actually not that many units here for Clem. Planetary is going to get taken out here on the right side. Clem 140 supply. Is he losing? There's no banelings for backup. One more tries to go in here. These Hydras do need to retreat. What's the larva count? It's at 11. As 11 Hydras get fired up immediately. Clem right now might actually be at an all-in. I think he's all-in. 127 supply, 47 workers. Does he have backup orbitals? He's on 5 orbitals, so there is some mulage. Except he uses everything for scans. Now we get a drop of mules on that right side. Just sprinkling them in. Look at the cash that Elazer has. If he would have built 2 procs macro hatches 5 minutes ago, he would have been in a phenomenal spot here. A brilliant location. But that's not the case here. Wolf's gonna get an okay trade, maybe? Pushes this back at least temporarily. As the banelings run out, he'll need to retreat back onto creep. Overseers will get added into the mix. Snipes going down. Clem is feeling it. He's moving forward and he gets the W here. Elazer will die with a massive worker advantage, with a huge bank as well, with the ability to tech into Hive and just saying, no, Hive is for idiots. I'm staying on significantly worse upgrades. I'm never getting Vipers. I think these were some big, big blunders here. Some big, big blunders that were not necessary. As Miko will be forced to tap out. This is bad for Elazer. I had kind of expected the loss against Clem, though. I had mentally calculated for it, but he is going to need to take at least 1 map against Clem to have a decent shot at making it out of this group with a 2-3 score. Oh, boy. He needed a macro hatch. He needed a freaking infestation pit 5 years ago. Why are we staying on 2-2? Without Vipers, you know, without adrenal glands. He's making life so much harder for himself. And it's not like he's lacking the money. He's constantly floating 2-3k minerals. Not a big Elazer fan. I'm a huge Elazer fan. I'm actually Elazer's biggest fan. And that's what makes it so frustrating to watch him play sometimes. Because you can feel he is close to it, you know? He's like, "Ugh." He's like his early game and mid game here were great. Well, his mid game there were some mistakes, but you know, he held his own. He gets good trades because his control on the banelings and his understanding of fights is brilliant. Always has overseers in position, which is, it looks easy, but it's not easy to do against someone like Clem. And then his Hydra control is great. It's just, he's down 2 upgrades for no reason and can't build Vipers because he's skipping out on Hives. He completely denies himself the pleasure of playing Lurkers as well. It's like, why are you making it so hard on yourself? Beating Clem is hard enough. It's like, beating Clem is really difficult if you're... beating Clem is really difficult if you're playing Hive and you're getting Lurkers. It's even harder if you're not getting Hive and not building Lurkers. And Vipers, Parasitic Bomb is so big against these medevacts. Like, it's crazy huge. He needed dash on his Hydras. If he would have had dash on his Hydras, he probably would have been capable of dodging mine shots. How does that work with dash? If you dash, does the mine shot still chase you? Or is it like blink, that it goes to the previous location? I think these scenarios do need to be described in lore. How good of a cheeser is Dark? What do you mean? How good of a cheeser is he, or how frequently does he do it? I think his builds tend to be fairly inefficient, but he cheeses a lot. He wins sometimes. Most of the time he gets behind, though, I think. Like, he's very good, but I don't think his early game is something to look at. How often? I don't know. It's frequent. No? Whenever he loses his Overlord in ZVT, he does it. He does quite some, like, weird link floods. He'll do, like, Baneling attacks. Roach Queen pools in ZVP as well. CVZ he cheeses a crap ton. It's in between Shade and Blink. Nice. If you get a good advantage in the early game and Terran goes Mass Marine, isn't Ultras the right call? So there's... This doesn't... Like... Terran... wait. I'll try to explain this. So, the way that Terran works against Zerg is that they'll always Mass Marine. You have two options as Terran. You have Mech and you have Bio. That's it. And majority of the time, Terran plays Bio. It is not like Mass Marine has a major weakness. The way that Terran works is that out of their first 5 barracks, 4 of them will carry reactors. 1 of them will have a tech lab, and that tech lab will research first Stim and then Combat Shield. In that order, 99% of the time. After the fort base gets constructed for the Terran, they will add 3 extra barracks, and those 3 barracks will carry tech labs. With those tech labs, you'll start Marauder production and later on Ghost production. So there is a very natural progression for the Terran into Marauders and Ghost. So if Zerg is ahead in the early game, going into Ultras is not necessarily like some brilliant play because it beats Marines. Like, it's because the progression for Terran will still be happening. It's not like you're... Like, Ultras are fine, but generally considered, Hydra Link Bane Viper is better, or Hydra Bane Lurker, or Hydra Bane into Lurker is considered better as a composition in general. It's better than Ultras. Because Ultras, they tend to have a very strong initial boost, but they lose a lot of value the moment... You know, if Terran preempts it by having maybe 8 Marauders or so, the Ultra transition tends to fall flat. So, in a way, Ultras tend to be quite bad because whenever Terran gets behind in the early game, very often what Terran will do is they will actually go for a more defensive setup. So they'll, rather than playing mines, they'll start adding in more tanks with their Marines, and they transition into Ghost a lot quicker. And attacking into the defensive position with Ultras can be quite hard. So a thing that most people end up doing is that they play Hydra Link Bane Viper instead, because Vipers are very good at breaking tank positions. So saying that... Ooh, this is a nice little run by actually. Hold that thought. It's like saying that the Terran plays Mass Marine. It is technically not incorrect, but they always play Mass Marine. Like, that's just the progression of how Terran... how the Terran infrastructure usually gets set up in the TVZ matchup. For example, against Protoss, you often have just 2 reactors and 3 tech labs out of the first 5 barracks. And the first 3 barracks almost always carry 2 tech labs. So it's much easier to get your Marauder production started in that case. And you'll see, because you also need Marauders earlier in the game, majority of the time. There have been times where we've seen Terrans add in a second tech lab or even 3 tech labs against Link Bane, but it was popular for a little bit. Maru and Gumiho played like that for maybe like a month or so. I want to say last year. I think it was around TSL actually. They were doing it quite a bit. But it's not so popular. The damage output of the Marine is very good. And as long as there's Link Bane there, it's usually fine. So Ultras are nice to have in certain scenarios, but most of the time there's just better options. And not necessarily Ultras are nice if Zerg ends up being very far ahead in the early game. I think in a way, trying to get Viper so you can break your opponent with Blinding Cloud might be a little bit more important. And I think it's generally considered to be important. But I'll check to make sure. I'll ask Lambo about it, or Elazer. If Elazer wins this series, I'll ask him. Or maybe I'll ask REYNOR. Because I'll be talking with him naturally today. So I can just ask it. Because I'm not entirely sure, like, if Zerg is ahead, what the ideal composition is. But in my mind, it would be Hydra Link Bane Viper. Because it allows you to break tank lines. Now, not a whole lot has happened. Ooh! We're playing... it's not quite Disney Max because there's no Raven, but If there was a Raven here, this would basically be Disney Mech. We're seeing Cyclone Hellion with Banshee. This is the style that Clem was playing during Intel Extreme Masters Katowice to some varying levels of success. And basically what you play is you just play Hellion Cyclone, and then in the back you have your Banshees. Ooh, this is potentially looking bad. You need to split the links off. Yeah, gets in the surround. I think actually game over. Needs an Evo. Doesn't get the Evo. Yeah, okay, it's game. Yeah, he lost all the links and lost all the drones. I think Elazer could just leave the game right now. Like like it's legitimately over. Yeah. That's what it is. Was out of position with his links, not there with the queens. And then this can happen. It's a brutal matchup, ladies and gentlemen. I think this hatchery also got taken out. I don't even think Elazer is aware of the fact that he's playing against mech, not bio. He's gonna get a fast Hydralisk then, but now sees the... I wonder if he's gonna change anything. We can watch the response here to the Cyclones and the Hellions. He's gonna stick with Lingbane. Gonna get the Hydra then, really? Alright. Your call, bud. Your call. Hey, this game is really, really over. There's almost no way to come back right now. Banshees will control the pace of the game. We have a fast Infestation Pit this time around. Maybe for Infestors, maybe for Hive and Parasitic Bomb. And just Abducts in general are huge as well. I'm loving this run by Elazer! You beast! That is so good, actually. That is so nice. Because this gives him a lot of time. Now, he does need to try and save this base. Doesn't quite get the damage that he would want, but it does something for him. This was a very solid move. Managed to maneuver around. I love that. He's still going to lose in the next 5 seconds, but, you know, you gotta compliment the guy for at least trying to stay in and do something. Like, this is some grit. Playing from this position against someone that is already better than you, like, that requires some, like, a mental power of a beast. Because it's already hard to play this position against someone you're evenly skilled against, but Elazer almost never beats Clem, so imagine that, huh? Here come the Hydras. We'll fight against the Banshees, and, well, the Banshees turn around. It's like, wait, I can also fight this. One Banshee will fall, as this base is toast. These queens are toast, and that, my dear friends, is going to be it for this series. Some quick series today, which is nice, because I want to see all of them, and I do have a time limit placed upon me artificially due to some previous engagements that I have set up, so the faster the games are, the more likely I get to the final match, and that's going to be Clem versus REYNOR, which I'm super excited for, so yeah. Make of that what you will. $123 supply to 165. You know what's the only way right now that Elazer can win? Is if he was sitting next to Clem and he just starts punching him at like a very high frequency, very hard as well. Clem has to start defending himself in real life, and as that happens, Elazer runs in with like 20 banelings and kills his entire army for free. Then he unplugs his keyboard and starts bullying him. I think this is legitimately the only chance Elazer has right now, and even then, I think Clem might still win, because this is really over. What pro do you think has the coolest playstyle right now? I don't know. Cool. I think I have a cool playstyle. I'm a professional. Yeah. I think I win. I win that competition. Okay, wait. Which server do I need to go to? Clem, Elazer. Hero REYNOR. Oh, we got the Hero REYNOR next. That's actually exciting. Dark? No, what did you meant? Why would you like watching Maru play? Maru is probably one of the most boring players to watch. This guy's a camper. He's just good at the game, but he's not very fun. It's not entertaining at all. You know, I like watching Firefly play as well. He actually plays attractive StarCraft most of the time. I think Clem is fun because he's very aggressive. I think Hero is fun generally because he's super aggressive. Tell that to his face. I mean, I would have no problem if Maru were to ask me what I think of his playstyle. Is what I think of his playstyle. I'm not gonna go up to Maru and tell him that I think his playstyle is boring. That is so socially inept to do. I would never do that. I'm a bit of a social butterfree myself. I've evolved from the Caterpie, which got caught at level 3 in Viridian Forest. Viridian, that's what it's called now. Viridian Forest? Yes, baby! Can you catch a Caterpie there? It is filled with bug-type Pokemon. Yes, baby. There we go. Lore accurate when it comes to Pokemon. You'll love to see that. Oil that chair. Nice. Camping all day long, what a blast. You like Turtle Terran? You're a bug type? Most definitely. How good are carriers currently? Very solid. Ooh, I like watching Bian as well. Harstem, when are you gonna do Pokemon Yellow playthrough on stream? So, a friend of mine gave me a DS. Well, he didn't give me a DS. He allowed me to borrow the DS for a significant amount of time now. I've been playing some games. I played Professor Layton 1 and 2. I liked Professor Layton, number 1, very much. Number 2 wasn't quite as good. The story became too important. At times it felt like I was watching an anime and I started feeling a bit guilty about playing this game altogether. The story was about as bad as the average anime as well. And then now he's recommended me to play, I think, Dr. Kiwanashi's, I think is his name, Brain Training. So I've bought that game legally now, and I'm waiting for it to arrive. So yeah, I think there might be some Pokemons on there that I could play. I'm not sure how that would work with showing it on stream though. You could do that. Denying anime is a crime? Sure. That's a crime then. Call me a criminal. Who's the fastest toss? I think I am. I don't think many of the other toss actually run. No, Hero is actually quite quick. He's quite quick, but I think longer distance, I'm pretty sure I'd beat Hero. Short distance, in like a sprint, I think he might catch me though. But longer distance, I 100% destroy Hero when it comes to speed. Played quite a bit of football with Hero, like maybe 3 or 4 times. It's not bad. It's not bad, but speed is good. Short distance, speed is good. What do you think about Tempest Rising? I haven't played it yet. People keep telling me to play it, and then I tell them I'm gonna play it soon, don't worry, and then I don't play it. It's really the average experience that people have when asking me to do things. I'll tell them yes, and then no. And as they say, words speak louder than actions. So, no, if I said yes, then at least the intention was there. It's more like Command and Conquer than StarCraft. Very nice. Isn't anime a phase in life? Like liking rap music in high school because you think it's cool, but eventually you move on to better music like classical music or country. I'm not even sure if you're joking or not. Why is country in there? Is country music considered to be very good? I thought you would say classical and jazz. That would be the classic elite line, no? It's like, oh, I listen to classical and jazz music. And none of that fusion jazz stuff, just the classics. I don't know any classic jazz. Country. What is another, like, I think it's just jazz and classical music that is like the power to the elites, no? I don't think there's anything else that I can think of. It's like Jazz is high tier music. Beethoven or Cotton Eye Joe. Truly a conundrum. Why you make? I'm not making fun of country. I like country music. I have nothing against it. It's just it usually isn't. Is it? Like classical, classical music. Whenever you're talking some, it's like, oh, you're listening to pop. Me, I only listen to Beethoven and Mozart and the other pricks that have died hundreds of years ago. I also listen to the occasional jazz, but only from the late 40s, from a specific region in France. It's like I've never heard someone say that country music is like this, like a high tier of music. Like never heard it in my entire life. So it's just I was confused. I wasn't trying to bash. I like country music more as much as any other guy. My wife really likes country music, so I've heard all the classics. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Mainly that one. A hard hat and a hammer. It's like, these are the working man song. Yeah, I like that stuff. I'm the working man. I can bounce to some country music. I dig that for sure. Yeah, what the hell? It's just I've never heard it before like that. It's unbelievable. Do you think gateway units could benefit from a late game upgrade? Say upgrades for zealots in the fleet beacon so they can do AoE cleave damage? I think the zealot honestly is one of the units you probably don't want to touch at all. Because it's in such a good spot. Like it's I think it is good in the early game, it has a purpose in the mid, it has a purpose in the late. So it's like, I think we're okay with where that unit is currently. Like it's really nice when a unit kind of has different utility in all phases of the game. Is this a... I think this is potentially game over. Depending on what this scout does. Oh yeah, it's game. Wow, what a sad way to end game number 1. That's so funny. Wait, he's gonna get a zealot? Oh wait, he scouted. How did I miss that scout? Oh, I didn't see that he was scouting. It must have been a late scout though. Like after gas or something? Okay, sorry, I missed that. I didn't realize there was a scout on the map. It's kind of embarrassing. So the way that you can hold this is by getting a gateway in the wall temporarily. Well, not if you don't have cash for it. It's actually kind of frustrating to deal with it in this way. It's not so nice. It's going to be fine though, but still. There's actually an ultimate solution to this problem. Like, we figured out how to beat this a while ago. So if you scout in time, the way that you can do it is you build your gateway up here, your cybernetics core on the bottom side, and then your second pylon, you build it in the wall. And then what you do as a follow-up is you full wall with a second pylon temporarily. Then you don't have to get a zealot. And you can just chrono out an adept. Or you can wall, like, semi-full wall with, like, a cyber core or something. Because it builds very quickly, the things can't get it down. Economically, you're in a really sick spot then, as hero. Like, a really, really sick spot. So, something to keep in mind. Out of water. Gateway's under heavy siege, actually. Might actually end up dying. There's a lot of surface area on this map. This is the map with the highest amount of surface area. On the third building that is building. Good control on hero. Ooh, look at this. He's weaving and bobbing. He's bopping? Weaving. Maybe weaving and bopping. Is that what you call it? That's what the box is. Is it called bopping? Or just weaving? But the probe was going in between the other probes, what I'm trying to say. These adepts have now shaded in. We'll get 3 kills, but I think you can cancel speed here if you want to. Weaving and bobbing. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Let's go in with this Oracle right now. There's only 3 queens totals. There's nothing really in the main base. It's gonna cost him at least 1 drone, depending on the speed of his pull away. We're playing on West, aren't we? Yep, we are. You see REYNOR being slow. It's like, all right, that's West. That's it. That's the wrong server we're playing on here. Is REYNOR losing this? It's not looking great. But this is really the standard setup for Hero. Hero usually gets a lot of damage in the early game and then messes it up in the mid game. So This is kind of to be expected, to be honest. Oracle gets another 3 kills, which is pretty big. 45 workers to 38. Forge Twilight behind it in the natural. It's gonna go up to 7, 8 gateways, do a major Stalker move up. Wait, it's 3 Oracle. I thought it was just 2, my bad. Ooh, a robotics facility. Hero is changing it up. If he goes into Colossus from here, I'd be kind of disappointed. This is a bad start though for REYNOR. REYNOR lost to to Creator yesterday as well. Let's not forget about that. So he's not super solid against TOS at the moment. And those games against Creator, it felt like, yeah, it just wasn't great. Just wasn't great. That's a third one. Control here on the Oracles is brilliant. Some great control there. It's killed 11 workers in 5 minutes and 50 seconds. I usually lose 3 probes in the first 6 minutes and kill none. Oh, it's Colossus. Getting a little bit antsy just watching this. I'm not liking this. I'm not liking this. You know that? I give this move 2 stars. Single Robo Colossus. Oh, double Robo Colossus. I'll give this move 2.5 stars. It is actually quite good on this map because the low ground over here, if there's no creep there, can deal some damage against it. Oracles are planning on dealing some damage as well over here. Ooh. Oh, baby, you've been surrounded. Loses an Oracle. Poof. Out of the air with you. Being bazooka down by the queens. Maybe get a couple more drone kills in the natural, though, which is always nice. Although, not as impactful anymore, right? If you kill 5 workers and there's only 30, that's impactful. If you kill 3 workers and there's 78 already, it just doesn't carry the same weight. Look how late the follow-up attack here is coming. 79 workers out already. Has REYNOR even scouted? REYNOR is... No, he does. He has scouted. Okay, so then this is all safe. This has been... this has all been done, you know, in an ethical way. This isn't just blind greed. This is greed, but educated greed. And I like educated greed more than anything. Colossus coming in. We have an Immortal behind this. What? This, the fort base is so late. And it's just going to be a timing attack, right? It's the only thing that makes any sense. The one thing that I do know is that REYNOR's never going to reach the hive, which is what you kind of want. He's barely going to have Baneling speed by the time this hits. This was legit one of the worst openers he could have had in his entire life. REYNOR's adding in 30 more links. I mean, he's just in trouble right now. He's in so much trouble. Stalkers are naked. Put on some clothes on these bad boys. Because without the Oracles, they're not the same. Managed to get back home safely. It's gonna be a blink for it, I can smell it. Oof, tries to take out the Ravager. We'll lose 2 Stalkers for it. Actually, it's gonna be more Stalkers, but a lot of links also falling. As the Colossus are coming in clutch. Creep spread is looking disgustingly bad. There's like 2 tumors in front of the third. That means this fort base is now gone. Can't mine from there anymore. 31 Banes on the way. There's no prism with this attack, is there? I think Hero needs to be patient here. Don't run in like an idiot. Move off creep. Move forward with the Stalkers. And reinforce from a distance. Please, Hero. Too many times have I seen you just rushing in and losing a game that is unlosable. This game is not losable right now for Hero. I think this still should be fine, but he needs to be careful. Once Centrifugal Hooks finishes up, this could be somewhat dangerous. Here we go. Huge stasis wards though in the back. Oh, no, 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 no. This is not it for REYNOR so far. Blinks forward into Roach Ravager. An interesting move, but it's going to be just fine. Hero will take out this base, kills 13 workers. And is going to clear all these links most likely. Nice blink back. Yes, sir. Hero can boogie. And the only song that he needs is killing 25 drones in the first 4 minutes. Ugh. Out of REYNOR. Ugg. That's a type of shoe, isn't it? An Ugg. The Uggs. It's like little boots, if I recall correctly. Were very popular in my high school. I think nowadays they also have slippers. I checked them out. Yeah, they have slippers with like the wool lining on the inside these days. They were very popular with the in crew, if I recall correctly. Very expensive as well. I remember I found them expensive. Ugg boots, yeah. I think they're called Uggs, no? Or just Ugg? No, they're just called Ugg. I thought they were called Uggs. I guess they come in twos, so they're always Uggs. You have slippers, you have minis. You have pink ones. You have a baby Ugg. God. Looked very comfortable though. It's kind of like Crocs in a way. But Crocs don't look as comfortable. When you talk with people, that's the one thing they always say. It's like, oh, wow, Crocs, very comfortable, sir. Yes. Finding that expensive means you thought about owning them as well? No, it's just I remember when people would say, oh, he was wearing Uggs, and I would look at the shoes and I'd think, oh, I don't think they're very nice, you know, but they're very expensive. Like that is an argument for buying them. Or like is an impressive thing. In a way, it is showing that you've been swindled. A, you bought inferior shoes to regular shoes, and B, you paid a lot for them. That makes you the sucker, not me, you know? I wish I was that smart back in the day. I always did think that more expensive clothes were some type of, you know, some status symbol in a way. So, Calvin Klein underwear, same as my underwear, but 3 times the price. How is that cool? I don't understand it. Kids are all idiots. It is what it is. We had a uniform in high school, so we could only show off with shoes. Ah, yeah. I'm familiar with that. It was the same. I had an exchange with the Irish kids. Irish kids. They all had uniforms, so they all flexed on each other with the shoes. Yeah, that is true. Because that was the only thing that they were allowed to do different. Uniform and all. It wasn't an all-boys school. There was girls in the school as well, I think. It was like a mixed school. I remember it. It was the first time I ever got in touch with people that had to wear a uniform. So when we went to their school, all of us just were wearing our regular clothes and they all had their uniform. Which looked so... yeah, it's so surreal, you know? It's something that I'd only seen before in Harry Potter. So I was kind of waiting for some guy to show up and start waving his wand around. Wingardium Leviosa! But they never did that. Super early gas. Oh, look at you. Here I am reading the chat talking about Harry Potter and you're pointing out things that are important. Very nice, Jeremy Joe. So, the super early gas is extremely common with a no-scout opener. Because you have a probe left over, so you take the gas before you build the gateway. Now, the reason for that is because if you're not scouting, you can't respond to a 12 pool anyway. So, usually you need to wait for a little bit. Actually, you built the gateway way too late. You actually kind of messed up the build. But usually your gateway still finishes in time for you to start the cybercore at 150 at 20 supply. So your actual timings don't change on the buildings, but you have slightly more gas, which makes it easier to get a faster Stargate. So please tell me it's not me. Please tell me it's not me lagging. I'm not lagging. I'm not lagging. I'm not lagging. I'm not lagging. Yeah, it's rain. Oh, wait, that's actually not nice either. But it's not me. Unlikely for REYNOR to 12 pull on this map anyway. Exactly, because this is one of the 2 maps, together with Royal Blood, where a 2-wall structure is possible. 2 structure walls, sorry. I messed that one up. Is REYNOR in Italy now? Yeah, he's coming back soon, though, to the Netherlands. A couple of days, I think. What do you think of the new maps? Hard to say. I never judge maps until I've played at least 50 games per map on it. I'm so bad at judging maps. Power went out and coming back. Aye. He's gonna force his brother onto the bike now to generate the electricity manually. In Italy, they don't have solar energy. They still use the bike. You know? That's why they're all in such good shapes. All Italians. This is a known fact. It's a classic Italy moment. Should you hit the drop button altogether? Am I allowed to go to the Netherlands too if I'm in Diamond? Yeah, you can go to the Netherlands. Don't expect anything to happen though. Everyone is welcome in the Netherlands. Welcome aboard, brother. The greatest nation that has ever existed. Okay, well, I'm just gonna move this to my face. There's a video of a guide toasting a toast with bicycle. It is insane. He generated 300 watts and that already seemed inhumane. How hard is it actually to do that? If you have like a somewhat efficient bike, you know, if you have an efficient system there. You could probably power a lamp or something for quite a while, no? It's extremely hard, really. It's not the bike. You need 3 professionals. Yeah, heating always takes a lot. Some bike lights take their power directly from the bike. It's called a dynamo. Yeah, we used to have these in the Netherlands. It always made it quite a bit harder to bike. Yeah. Did use them. Yeah, storing it into like a battery is hard. Do you think mass sentry would work in GM? No, absolutely not. That sounds terrible. We're moving to the Asian server. So for everyone that's excited for Hero versus REYNOR, you're in luck because you get to be excited for longer. In anticipation, we're going to be watching Firefly versus Creator first though. Because REYNOR apparently has issues with his power and thus will be changing series. Oh, never mind. REYNOR is coming back. So we're going back to the American server. I think this is the most I've switched servers in my entire life in those past 5 days. Holy crap. What metal is your ring made of? It is not silver. It is the other one that looks exactly like silver. I don't know what it's called. It's like a type of gold, I think. But there's like there's something else. It's not is it palladium? No. I think it maybe is white gold. Is that a thing? White gold? Wait, I'll ask Irene. She knows all these things. What is our ring made out of? Is it white gold? It stands inside the ring usually. Can't read crap in here, holy cow. Can you clean those inside? It says AS on the inside. What does that mean? You need like a microscope to read this graph. No, nothing there. What is the reason for server changes? Can you not change the server in the settings prior to hosting the lobby? No, well, you can change server within a region, but you can't change region within the lobby. So if you're in America, you can pick all American servers. And if you're in Asia, you can pick all Asian servers. And if you're in Europe, you just have one server, and that's somewhere in Amsterdam, I believe. When I was closer to Amsterdam, when I was like... We stayed in like really close to Amsterdam for the Team Liquid bootcamp. I think we got like 4 MS. Which is like very fast. It's not super noticeable, the difference between 7 MS and 4 MS though, or 10 MS and 4 MS. Like my ping generally to the European server is freaking insane. When people come to the Netherlands, they're impressed. Because even in Poland, you're going to have like maybe like 25, 30 ping or so. Italy has like 60, 70, but that's just because I think Italy has crap internet infrastructure, at least where REYNOR lives. What ping starts to feel noticeably laggy? So, like, anything is obviously frustrating, but usually anything that is lower than 110, I'm okay with. Lower than 100, let's put it later. 100. Lower than 100, I'm fine with. Anything above 100 becomes kind of annoying. One great thing about StarCraft is that ping isn't as important as some other games. Well, you mean Counter-Strike or something? I guess in Counter-Strike it would be bigger because it's literally just clicking. But ping is pretty freaking important for most games, I think. Yeah. Like MOBAs and RTS, I think is going to have similar issues with ping. REYNOR uses Starlink for internet because on his house cables do not come. Yeah, I wasn't even aware of that. Yeah. Well. How do you play StarCraft 2 with a ping above 100? I mean, that's literally the experience of playing on any server that is not your own. If I'm playing on Central, I have 110, 120. If I'm playing on West, I have like 160 to 200, depending on the day and how all the cables are feeling, or I'm not quite sure what it depends on, but sometimes it's great, sometimes it's terrible. Like if you're playing against Koreans, you're playing on 180 ping most of the time. I think the system is the system is rigged, guys. It's rigged in favor of the Koreans. We're playing 2 games on West every single time. How is that fair? There should be some type of coin flip for that. In my mind, why don't we have a coin flip for that? Most tournaments do the coin flip. Masters Colosseum doesn't. I'm seeing my boys playing on freaking West twice in every series. Like, that's a disadvantage. Ridiculous. Just get more servers. One in between West and Central. That'd be high tier. Or we just play all games on EU. Now that would be something I would support. What is this link doing? He's waiting. Wait, what is this guy doing actually? Like, what is this link? Like, this link I understand, but what is this guy up to? Maybe he wants to sacrifice it? Look how fast his third is. Could have been even faster. Gets it down. Get down on it. They really want it. Get down on it. They really want it. Bam, bam, bada, bada. How you wanna do that? They won't wanna dance. Standing down the bed. Why is he building a battery? God. He definitely plays kind of lame. Hero. Batteries everywhere. Is he gonna play Airtos? Why am I getting Airtals vibes here? I think second fleet beacon, second Stargate fleet beacon. Right? Look at the cash he's saving. Yup. Yes, sir. Harstem with the calls. Maybe he'll even get a third Stargate. That would be so low tier, and I would love it. He's just gonna rush Carrier or Tempest. If he rushes Tempest, somewhere in America, Mechanic wakes up. He knows that a high-level game just used Tempest. If REYNOR loses here, he can only qualify as third, right? If REYNOR loses here, he's in some serious trouble. Like, serious trouble. He might still be capable of qualifying in second, though. I'm not sure how it's going to look. Because at the moment he is 2-1, no? So then he'd be 2-2. No, wait. Yeah, he's 2-1. He beat Elazer, he beat Firefly. Lost the Creator. And then he still has Clem to go. Which could be a difficult opponent for him. Sometimes it's not, sometimes it is. Oh! Get in the wall. Wait, did he just scout the fact that this is researching? I think he did, didn't he? There's literally nothing going to happen for the next 4 minutes in this game. Because he's going to sit with... he's going to move with these 2 carriers across the map. You know what he's going to kill with these carriers? Nothing. Capital ship? Not so much. This capital ship loses the 4 queens, a hatchery tech unit that only costs minerals. This Oracle will deal more damage than these 2 carriers will. This Oracle has 4 kills, 3 kills. I might follow this up with Blink. This has been becoming a little bit more popular. We have a straight Spire as well. I think REYNOR has this game in the pocket. Because he identified what's going on. Talk about identifying what's going on. Recently, I watched a movie called Les Miserables. Les Miserables. Which I think is a musical. Like originally a musical and then adapted to a screenplay. Or maybe first a movie, then a musical, then again a movie. Because I think this was the remake of the movie. And I absolutely couldn't stand it. This movie had like an 8.1 on IMDb. And the entire movie, there is no dialogue. They just sing. Now, you've already lost me, I think, with that. But then on top of that, the plot also was not very interesting. It felt like it was moving too fast and too slow at the same time. How this movie has even a remotely decent rating, I don't understand. Hugh Jackman is great there. He's literally just singing the entire time. This thing is nothing. Borat also played in the movie. And that's why I wouldn't give it a 3. If Borat, I thought he was relatively funny, but it's also just the same thing again and again. Like, it's just... It's like the writer of this movie invented one sequence in his head and then just rewrote it in 5 different time frames. Not good. You know what is good though? This Corruptor attack that is going to pop off here. Should have probably started working on the rocks already. Because now that he hasn't, it ain't looking good. Because he really needs to hit. At some point. He's going to go with Banelings as well. That's +1 melee. It's a lot of cannons though, huh? So now we're going to see if Protoss is good or not. If Protoss can hold this... I mean, he is well set up defensively, right? He has 1, 2, 5 cannons, 6 cannons, 2 batteries, 2 Archons, 6 carriers. 5 carriers, I can't count, my bad. He has 6 gateways, is getting Immortals. Like, surely this is the best possible defensive setup. Against what he's facing. With the opener that he could have done. He's going carriers, this should be Void Rays. I think there could be 2 extra Void Rays here, and that would be kind of useful. Not sure why we have a Void Ray in that space, but it is indeed what's happening. Here we go. It's good defensive setup. Super Battery is active. Look at this! Carrier is not taking damage. There's not enough Corruptors, maybe. There's only 11 Corruptors. That's not enough. He lost 2 already. Hello, don't fly into the piles. Are you off? Hello? Move away the probes. Good force fields. Archons tanking a lot as well here. Corruptors moving forward. Another carrier will fall. So that is 2 carriers gone, but also 10 corruptors gone. The queens are still on the ground. 4 workers have fallen. Is there corruptor reinforcements? They are coming in. This 1 carrier is about to pop, so that brings the total back up to 4. Actually a close game, isn't it? I don't know what's gonna happen here. Oh, this Nexus will die. That's frustrating. More Void Rays is what we need. I need a Void Ray, Void Ray. A Void Ray is what I need. Hey, hey. It's gonna get up to 15 Corruptors against 3 Void Rays and 4 carriers. It's gonna be 2 Archons, but there's plenty of ground forces to make these Archons irrelevant. I think sending Zealots across the map right now would probably be a nice call. It forces some of the ground units away, and Zealots defensively, well, they're fairly useless. They do about as much as probes. Yes, hero! We think the same, you and I. Look at that. Ooh, nice little feedback as well. Built one too many Templar, so I use it as a feedbacker. That's cool. Could actually give up this base again. Should probably expand to the right. This Zealot run-by is going to deal some serious damage. So now you can give up this base. This is huge. Look at that Zealot run-by. Wait, what? Why is it not dealing any damage? Oh, it went over here. That's a mistake. I think Hero needs to not attack. Yeah, he's just crawling backwards with cannons right now. And this is completely fine. All he needs to do is keep his good units alive. This is actually exciting. Hello, Immortal. You're having a blast, aren't you? Oh, no, no, no. Need to micro here with those carriers. He's not microing with the carriers. He is not microing with the carriers. Archons are not zoning out the Corruptors. But it might still be okay-ish, maybe? Carriers have Interceptor still going ham. Void Ray's definitely helping out. I think that this is a 2-0. The Nexus is going to fall still here in the dying seconds. As Hero holds, loses a Void Ray to Bile like a clown, but it won't matter, I don't think. He insta-rebuild this. Hello, don't lose this carrier, please. Thank you, good sir. Rebuilds 2 carriers instantly. He sends them to the moon. Corruptors are being rebuilt. We have no upgrades on the Corruptors. I think it's time for +2 on air, honestly, your Hero. Loses an Immortal. No, gets the... Oh my god, gets the barrier to activate. That is huge. Ooh, I think we need another Zealot run-by, honestly. But I'm Oh, just kicked out my own sound. That's not quite what you want. I wonder if you guys still hear the sound at this point. Or if it's just me who ain't listening no more. Well, I'm back. This is why you should never move position while casting. You might kick out your own sound. Oi, 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 oi. Toss should just take the L by now. Why? He's winning. He's in a good spot. This is a pure Ravager attack at this moment. This fort base is fairly irrelevant. Like, he can't lose... Like, he can lose the fort base, but he can't lose anything else. He can't lose units. I think he should be expanding backwards. Yep, he probably should have done that before already, honestly. And really, this Zealot run-by should have been sent a while ago, too. It ain't happening, though. Now we get more Void Rays. Okay, Zealot run-by once again on the map. He needs to wait. If he sends it in immediately right now, I'm going to be uber disappointed. Oh, come on. Don't lose these Zealots for free. It's important. This is important. He needs to keep them. Send another Zealot run-by to the left. That's what you do. Okay, he has an Observer here, so clears a little bit of creep. I mean, it is impossible to attack this base, because you can't get there with your Corruptors and Queens. Cancel, cancel. Nice. So this base is set up. I think we might be forced into a late game here as REYNOR. And he has no upgrades for a late game. I wonder if it would be wise, if you're Hero, to start +2 on air. I almost feel like it would be smart to do, no? Yeah, okay. +2 on air. There we go. I think this is a good timing for it. REYNOR's gonna try sending it again. This is a really far walk, though. And this defensive position is so good. Because there's no creep nearby. Like, this spot is so open, but this is super tight. Makes it hard for Ravager Queen. I think you need to move forward with carriers here. Start dealing with this. Don't want to lose all of these defenses. I mean, natural seems secure. There's not enough links to really do anything. There's no +2 veins either. Yeah, I know. I'm not really feeling this, honestly. This this attack. Am I? 16 Corruptors. Oh, he loses a carrier to Biles. Okay, now right-click on the Corruptors with the Archons as well. Just pull the Archons back the entire time. Then you're good as Protoss. Yeah, I think TOS just wins this. This is... REYNOR needed to go into late game from here. It was uncomfortable, but it was the truth. He absolutely had to. Well, he's getting a trade here. Somehow, some way, but... Nah, this is much, much superior. At the same time, Zadadrumbai killed 11 drones. So right now what REYNOR needs to do is still go into a late game. So he's throwing down an infestation pit. And he needs to drone up to 85. But he's out of the gas here. He's gonna need to take gases in this base. Maybe go into Hive. So you can play Viper Corruptor. Oh, he's gonna play... Yeah, he's getting extra gases, but... It's pretty freaking over right now. Pretty freaking over. Hero wants to take this as a 5th base. Storm, please? Nah, Storm useless. You don't want Storm in this situation yet. Templars become very useful against... Like in the very late game, but not in this particular situation. Your money is better spent in Archons for now. You're not really looking for zoning and stuff like that. You just want pure damage output, like consistent. You also don't need feedbacks because there's no caster. So Templar would be, I think, a mistake. As I say that, he starts Storm. And he's still gonna win the game. No matter what, because he's up 2... Well, he's gonna be up 1 air upgrade. But I'm not a huge fan of this. Forced to cancel this base. Loses a lot of links here. Now we have 2 infestors popping out. And Hero is just going to walk across the map. He got his Storm cancelled. It's being done a favor here. Let me tell you that. He's being done a favor. REYNOR heard what I was saying. I was like, yeah, Storm is terrible here, mate. Don't get it. Takes out the Templar Archives for him. High tier move. Now I have +2. So I think Hero probably should want to fight here. The question is, where do you want to fight? I think you'll start by sending out a run-by towards the top side or in towards the natural. And then you might move into this area. Then you can decide to either go here or to go here, depending on where the Zerg sets up. Waiting for +2 might be a mistake here, actually. It might actually be a mistake, yeah. Decent splits. Cool. Decent stuff over here as well. Oh, nice fungal. Oh, look at these biles. Oh, baby. There we go. That looks real nice. 19 roaches on the way. No hero. What? He forgot that he could control his units. What is this? Look at these biles. How can they hit? Look, it was this one. Here. Poof. You know what he should have done? Oh, Storm. So Storm would have fixed all of his issues there. Honestly, in the end, if the Ravager count is this high, I actually think Storm is kind of useful there. I didn't think there was going to be this many Ravagers, though. I thought it was just going to be straight Corruptor. Like, more Corruptors. But against this many Ravagers, Storm might have actually been good. Yeah. I think it would have been helpful here. Come on, an idiot for not getting Storm. I would have made that call years ago. This guy doesn't know how to play. Huh? How about an Oracle not moving that far forward without any vision? Well, these things also would have helped, but I actually do believe that Storm would have been the correct call. I apologize for the guy for saying that Storm. When I said it though, I think Storm made no sense because there was no Ravagers. It was pure Corruptor Roach defense. So I think adding Storm, in my mind, it would have been nice, but rather have some Archons. The only way you're losing in what I'm thinking there is if you're being A moved into, because this guy is still stuck on layer tech. But then, I mean, Infestors pop out and like 34 Ravagers. Yeah, it might actually be worth it. Why is Storm so good versus a lot of Ravagers? Because it's really difficult to deal damage to Ravagers. Because they're quite fast and they have long range. So and with Storm you have longer range. So you just damage them. They have relatively low HP as well. So there's a way for you to push forward. Without Ravagers you can't really push forward. Or without Storm you can't push forward. You just get kited, they throw biles, you're constantly chasing, trying to get into them. And if there's Infestors, they can grab you, throw biles, and you take some damage. So if you have some Storm there, it's really, really good against Ravagers. It's not super useful against Roaches because all your units can reach them already. So he can't really kite you in the same way. But against high Ravager count, Storm is really nice. Disruptor is actually not as great because it's easy to run away for the Ravagers. But because Storm hits instant and they have low HP, it tends to help quite a bit. Yeah. Okay. Next game. To be fair, Fungal is straight up the strongest spell in the entire game. Despite that, people still complain about the Ghost. Yeah, because Fungal being the strongest spell in the entire game is not true. Like, this is incorrect. Like, it really is not. I think EMP is... If I got to remove one unit from my opponent's race, the Infestor wouldn't be in the top 5. It really wouldn't be. The Ghost would be the first to go. If I want to win, the Ghost is gone, mate. The impact it has on the TVP matchup and on the TVZ matchup is freaking huge. EMP is much better than Fungal is. It's instant. It clears all my shields away. That's massive. Snipe against Zerg is also huge. Like, playing Zerg without Infestor is possible. Playing Terran against Protoss without Ghost, impossible. So that's why people complain about the Ghost, because the Ghost is better than the Infestor. I also think Storm is probably better than Fungal. Close-ish. Like, in PvZ, I'd rather have Storm than Fungal. Against Terran, maybe I'd rather have Fungal than Storm, though. Imagine Fungal plus Colossus. Gotta take him out. Just because the spell is the best doesn't make the caster the best. Yeah, but also Fungal isn't the best, so... And on top of that, the Ghost also has an auto attack. So the Ghost has better spells, more health, and also deals good damage. Like, the Ghost is the ultimate spellcaster, but also a very good unit for its supply. Like, the Ghost is very good. It's very, very good. Ghost is expensive, though. Yeah, and the Infestor is cheap. Or the Templar is cheap. Like, a Battlecruiser is expensive. A Ghost is accurately priced. because you can't play a matchup without a certain unit doesn't mean it's better than a unit you can play without. Just means that you have more diverse playstyles. But all of the power lays in the Ghost as well. Like, the Ghost is legitimately one of the best units in the entire game. Maybe my argument was incorrect, or the way that I, that I worded it was incorrect, but the Ghost still is very, very strong. Like, its spells individually are very good against almost every race except for against Terran. Like, there's so much power in that unit. It's super supply efficient. It is one of the ultimate late game units, but it also has value in the mid game. Like, it has good damage output. It's kind of tanky. Like, it is the best spellcaster in the game. Like, that, there's no doubt in my mind about that. Like, if you have a Terran army without a Ghost, or a Terran army with a Ghost, with the Ghost is almost... It's just always better, and significantly better in most cases. Like, it's such a good unit. Alright, enough about the balance. I feel like that's degeneracy that we don't want here on this channel. Oh! We had 1,000 viewers as well. Hello, all 1,000 of you watching. Very kind of you to join in, to tune into my stream today. It's a pleasure to have all of you around. Solid numbers. Beautiful stuff. What did Hero veto, if not Altitude and Neo? He probably vetoed Dragon Skills. Yeah, I have no clue what his next veto would be. Oh my god, what is this? Hello? Is he playing Mass Oracle? I think he's playing Mass Oracle. Oh my god. Or no, he's going into Phoenix. Oh, this is such a non-build order. Oh, I love it. God, this is why Hero is one of my favorite players to watch. Legit. Woohoo! There we go. Activates three oracles at the same time to start one-shotting links. Love to see it. This guy is special. He is something else. He is the special one. People thought Mourinho was the special one, but it's Hero. Look at this. Triple Oracle into triple Stargate Mass Phoenix. He's gonna lose an Oracle if he ain't careful. This is being played on West again. I forgot about that last game. I was a little bit harsh on Hero. I apologize for that. Usually when there's ping involved, I try to be less critical of the control of players. Because I know how difficult it is to play. And last game was on Central, so that definitely did have an impact. That definitely did have an impact on how he controlled his unit that entire game. I kind of lost track of that. And my apologies for that. And these adepts are in a tight little spot here. Between a watchtower and a cooling tower. Chilling at the Cell Naga with my mates. Chilling at the Cell Naga. And it's great. Chilling at the Cell Naga. We're having a good old time over here. It's an old Protoss folk song. A classic. Chilling at the Cell Naga, it's called. Made in the year 2236. Just before the Second Great War. If you know your StarCraft 2 lore. It's going to be 10 Phoenixes. With 3 more on the way. REYNOR starts a Spire over here. Which I hope is for Corruptors and not for the Mutaliski. Lots of links are going down. Uh-oh. These queens are in trouble. These queens are actually in serious trouble. He's gonna lose all of them, isn't he? What happens here? Oh, that's bad. That's real bad. That's -5. Well, Oracles need to go back home, but there's a cannon already. We have Charge on the way. REYNOR tries to send these across. How many workers is he gonna lose? Okay, in the next... You know, this thing is gonna pop up over here. What is the maximum amount of workers that REYNOR is going to lose in one go? Type it in the chat right now. The person that's closest will get a thumbs up into the camera. A personal thumbs up. We have a big attack over here. There's going to be quite a few units. I actually think the Phoenixes might be forced to go back home, so this number is just going to be 2. If it disappears, it doesn't count anymore. Oracles will be capable of holding this by themselves. Phoenixes don't actually have to go back home here. I think that's a mistake. Oh, it disappeared. Okay, we'll do the next one then. Your answers will stay. Your answers will stay. I think because a lot of workers still can fall. There's only 8 queens out. There's 16 phoenixes with +1 attack. Fleet beacon has already started. There's no fort base quite yet. Okay, here. This is going to be a freaking drone genocide over here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is he gonna get any impulse crystals? He is. He's gonna snipe Overlord. I bet Rotterdam is watching this. And this is orgasmic for a Rotti, okay? Yeah, he loves REYNOR, but for a Rotti, this is peak, you know? If this were to happen on Christmas Day, like Rotti is, you know, he's done. He's satisfied. He doesn't need anything else. He's like, do I get more gifts? No way. +2 phoenixes with any impulse crystals? Mate. That's quite something. Now, get some freaking workers, buddy. Need to go actually deal some damage. You can't just fly around the entire time. 4 infestors are on the way. Is there pathogen cleanse? There's not. Just sack some phoenixes. Like, I'd rather kill 17 workers and lose 2 phoenixes than keep all these workers alive. Phoenixes run out of utility quite quickly in this matchup. The moment there's enough anti-air, they're not so great anymore. Like, I understand you want to keep them alive, but really, sacrificing 2 phoenixes, killing 17, 18 workers is 100% worth it. Now the anti-impulse is about to finish up. 17 overlords. Oh. He tries to kill a Ravager. Nice try, buddy. Good attempt. These cocoons have infinite HP. Let's take a loot over here. Oh my god. Lifts 1 infestor. He's gonna lose 7 phoenixes. 6 phoenixes. He's gonna lose a lot of crap. Lost 4 phoenixes so far. Killed 1 infestor though. Greater Spire does get spotted. A couple of drones will fall as these overlords now are being taken out as well. I mean, this just isn't looking so great. This just isn't looking so great for REYNOR, but there is a chance. There is a chance that REYNOR could hold this. What is Hero doing? Oh, Hero is giving this opportunity clean right now. Oh, he's giving this opportunity real clean. This is a maxed out Zerg player. This is 150 supply of Krodos. Is this possible? It might just be, but this carries more risk than it brings, I think. I don't think this is entirely what Hero wanted. These are good trades for REYNOR. REYNOR has loads of drones. He just has a crap army. So what you want to do is you want to max out. Now, you know what this would be a good time for? Storm. I wouldn't mind getting some Storm here. Now, thumbs up for the guy who got it correct with 7. Good job, buddy. We're all very proud of you. As Zealot run by in towards the fort base. Don't forget, REYNOR extremely oversaturated on that fort with 27 drones. Now is moving off of creep, which probably is a mistake as these Phoenixes, Zealots and Archons are having an absolute blast. Hero only managed to kill 2 drones here and lost a lot of Zealots. Like, Hero legit just needs to sit back and do nothing for a little bit. Like, he needs to chill. He needs to take a chill pill right away. +2 is about to finish up. Phoenixes have died in large numbers. There's 13 queens, there's 11 roaches and 6 ravagers. Disruptors are being built 2 at a time. If Brood Lords hit the map here, REYNOR has a chance. If Hero manages to hit in the next 40 seconds with 180 supply, I think he's going to win the game. I think he's going to win the game. Phoenixes are having a blast. +2, by the way, on those Phoenixes. Don't forget, there's no carapace upgrades at all out. So Phoenixes could still help against these Broodlords potentially. Hero now starts moving in. Broodlords are being morphed. This is it. It's now or never. Does REYNOR want to live forever? Or is he going to die? Brood still... Yeah, he needs to give up. Give up the low ground. Give up the low ground. Pretend to care about it. Throw some biles and piss off back upstairs. Back into that sweet embrace of the Broodlord here up top. Queens have disappeared, and I think Hero is doing it with an absolutely crazy build order here. Triple Oracle into triple Stargate. Phoenixes, 16 Phoenixes, dishing out a lot of damage. Fungals are connecting, but the Phoenixes in the sky are just not being rivaled at all over here. There's no anti-air left, and it should have been over last game already, but the series is going to end in Hero's favor this time around. GG gets called as Hero wins the game, wins the series, and that was so important for Hero because he was in quite a rough spot already. If he would have lost this series, then has to play against Elazer afterwards. life could have been quite hard for him, as we need to move to a different server right now. I'm just gonna check real fast where it is I'm going. Firefly creator. Asia. I'm moving to Asia. I'm moving to Asia. I'm absolutely moving to Asia. There we go. Zip. I'm so afraid of them starting without me. This is the thing of nightmares, honestly. Firefly creator. That's an exciting PvP, which is important for the group. We'll actually pull up the groups if I have time for it. Sometimes they start so fast I don't really have time for it, which is frustrating, of course. How long does it take you to grow your beard that you have now? 2 days? This is a week. I think my dad has more beard grow from when he shaves in the morning to the evening. Weekly Bob doses incoming. Thanks so much for the 50 Bob, mate. Thank you, Javier Stambuk. Let's have a quick look here at the group standings currently. Firefly is officially out with a -5 map score. Elazer is going to be playing against Hero up next. I'm keeping an eye, meanwhile, on the on everything that's going on behind us, of course. Don't want to end up accidentally missing that. Yeah, Firefly Creator is up next. So Firefly is out. If Creator loses this 2-0, he will be -3. So if Creator loses this, that would be good for Elazer. The only way that Elazer still has a chance is if Creator loses now. Oh. Yeah. So if... Yeah, right? Because if Creator wins, there's 3 people with 3 wins. And that's not possible anymore. So best case scenario for Elazer is Creator loses. Otherwise, Elazer is out. If Creator wins, that could be bad for REYNOR as well. Because then Creator has 3-2 if REYNOR loses to Clem. So for this group to be as exciting as humanly possible, Creator needs to lose. Now, I personally believe in Firefly. And after this we get, yeah, Hero, Elazer, REYNOR, Clem. So actually exciting matches. Gonna keep an eye on everything to make sure that I can cast these. We'll click this away. We'll actually send a poll. You know what? How do I do that again? A poll. Engage with your audience. Start a Q&A? No. Start a poll. Who wins? Creator or Firefly? Okay, you can hear the countdown behind this. Come on. Come in with those votes, my friends. Come in with those votes. I'm real curious what you all have to say about this. 82% for Creator, really. Don't forget, Firefly beat Hero 2-1 yesterday. This was a big result. It remains a big result. Firefly, nothing to lose. Also, nothing to win, though. The soyification of the society has been a disaster for the human race. Copy that, mate. I know exactly what you're talking about. I actually do eat a lot of soy. I'm part of the problem myself. I hate to see it. Actually, I'm not sure if what I'm eating is soy. I think some of it is soybeans. It's what the vegetarian stuff gets made from, no? You don't think Firefly wins the mirror against Creator? Another toss maybe? Okay, we'll end the poll here. 78% for Creator. I think these are fairly accurate percentages. That's the reason you're not growing a beard? It probably is. Yeah, it got me again. Too much soy. It's unbelievable. I hate to hear it. I need to eat more manly foods to grow a beard faster. Or just inject testosterone straight into my veins. It's also a possibility. Actually, do you... Testosterone, do you put that in your veins or in your muscles? I actually have no clue. I bet you put it... I actually have no clue where you put that. It's with a needle, right? Or can you also eat it? Like a testosterone pill? Patches are the most common way to consume. You live, you learn. Alright, StarCraft 2 action here, my friends. Let's have a look at this. Cybernetics core versus Cybernetics core. Neither player opening up with a proxy for now. Creator, not much of a proxy here. Creator is a guy that has strategies. But his strategies tend to be a little bit more secure. Two Stalkers, 2 Adepts. Oh, what fun it is to ride with a one-horse. Not sure what this does. This doesn't even block, does it? Firefly is playing... Oh, he's gonna play like 8 Adept. He's hiding these bad boys. What was this opener? A Stalker into Sentry versus Adept into Adept. This is a really risky build that Firefly plays, but it could potentially pay off. He did this yesterday against Hero on this map. He just did it on the other side. God, Firefly is a machine, isn't he? It's actually dealing quite some damage to these Stalkers. Robo behind this. You know, Creator is the type of guy to scout for this with his hallucination. Creator legit plays so... Like, he has a good brain, you know? His decision making is usually quite good. So he scouts the lack of a nexus. He might just figure it out. Maybe he's such a late robo, and you're seeing a battery, you're seeing stuff. I think you know. Because you see pro production. I think he's figured it out. Yeah, he's continuing probes. Yeah. He's smart. He's legit quite smart. Cybercore or Pylon. Okay, it's gonna be a Pylon. He's gonna lose some workers though if he ain't careful. Needs to cancel this for now. Do we have 2 force field? We have 3. Do we have number 3? Do we have number 3? Loses 5 workers. Kills. Well, what does he kill? 6 adepts, but also loses 2 sentries. Is down 5 workers and is going to be outmined by a pretty decent margin. I almost believe that Creator can just move on the map and win. He's gonna get these 2 adepts for free as well, which is huge. I think Creator can just win the game now. Yeah. There's no battery quite yet. The gateway count is 2. This Pylon is going to be in trouble. Workers need to be pulled. 2 more sentries get warped in. It's just gonna get blasted. Completely blasted. His battery not done yet. More and more Stalkers moving in forward. First Immortal is out now as 2 more gates get produced as well. So the plan here was to follow this up with a 2-base push, basically. That ain't quite going to work out. Reasonable stuff. As a lot of these probes are being blasted right now. Stalkers being destroyed as well. Love to see this stuff. GG. Wow. It's game number 1, isn't it? Not a great game, really. Not a great game. I ain't happy with this, my friends. I ain't happy with this at all. I also still need to fill my water bottle. I've been trying to fill my water bottle for the past 3 series. But if someone says something stupid and I get caught up in between the series, and it happens all the time. Creator creates a lot of strategies. New Humanity is a map where usually we're not seeing a lot of proxies. Usually. Doesn't mean we're not going to see any proxies now. Firefly with a pretty sad loss there, honestly. This is bad for Elazer, right? Yeah, this was bad for Elazer. Because Elazer needed this. Elazer needed a win desperately. Yeah, this ain't looking great. And for REYNOR, this is also scary. We're moving into... Oh, wait, Clem is not safe yet either then. Okay, wait, we're gonna look at all this stuff after this game, but if Creator wins, I think the winner of Clem versus REYNOR goes through and the loser is out. That would be awful. So then either Clem or REYNOR doesn't go through. Wow. Who would have thought that? Wait, is that even true? Yeah, I think that's true. And even if... Yeah, no, I definitely do think that's true. Maybe. We'll have to see. We're going to do all the math right after. Don't worry. I'm excited for this. Yeah, Hero is safe. Hero's the only player right now that is safe. Everyone else still could die. We'll see if Creator is safe if he wins this 2-0. But first, let's see him win 2-0. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, Firefly! Mr. Fly the Fire. Low ground expansion. Yeah. A Max Packs fan. A Max Packs fanboy over here is Firefly. I'm loving this. I'm loving this so much. All right. So what's Creator's response going to be to this is my question. He opened up with 1 gate himself. No second gas quite yet. The second gas fairly late. He's gonna scout that. Okay, let's take a look at the first person here. Sees the low ground. What's the response here? What is the response here? Gonna go for a block. He's honestly not doing much of anything. He shouldn't be blocking at this point anymore, by the way. I don't think he understands what he needs to do. No scout by Firefly, right? Was there? Very late. It's kind of high tier. That's actually very high tier. I really respect Firefly's... his mind, his brainers. He has a brain. Okay, well, show me what to do here, Creator. Firefly needs to cancel the next probe. I think. One probe has been lost and he had to cancel pylons twice. He's playing Stalker into Sentry. This build does not impress me at all. That don't impress me much. No, oh my god. I think theoretically this game is over. Like, actually. Look at the situation. Faster Nexus for Firefly. Oracle for Firefly. Better economy for Firefly. Firefly literally has everything. He has the world on his hands. In his hands. Is he just gonna push with 8 gateway units and hope that he wins? I think that's what he's gonna do. This seems terrible. Legitimately atrocious. He's gonna go with like 8 stalkers or something. This is such a Weasley way of playing. And this just never works. Like, legitimately never. Some absolutely terrible Oracle control as well so far. It's 29 workers to 27. Tech is slower here for Creator than it is for Firefly. Firefly is adding 2 more gateways. We see double adept. Okay. Right now he has built... What is that? 10? Yeah, 10 gateway units. That is a lot of gateway units to build early on. And every gate unit you build is going to be a good unit for the Oracle Enjoyer. Up, that's 1 worker, that's 2 workers. Could get a 3rd up here if he wants to turn around. Yep, he will. 3 worker kills. Now, these 2 bad boys are actually going to deal some damage because Firefly's response was a little bit slow. Frustrating, but the case. Gets 6 kills. That's kind of decent, honestly. Warps in 2 more stalkers. Now he's probably thinking of moving out across the map. Ain't he? He has got to move across the map. This is quite risky, to be honest. This is really quite risky. Look at this. Firefly is looking for the pile and he ain't finding it quite yet. What is Creator doing? This guy's balls of steel. There's no stalkers whatsoever at home over here. These 2 bad boys are going to get caught. Hey, adios, my friends. This army starts moving forward. There is a battery at home. There's a recall available as well. So, I mean, it's technically possible that this could deal some damage. But there's 3 gateways at home for Firefly. He's supply blocked. He manages to warp in those 3 stalkers, which is kind of big. Oracle's in some trouble. 1 gets taken out. This stalker army is completely ill-equipped to deal with whatever Firefly has. Both players have a crap ton of money. Firefly was supply block. Creator really has no excuse. He's also supply block. He also has the same excuse. Firefly's been supply block though for the past 5 years, it feels like. He hasn't built a single worker. He should be on like 47 workers at this point. But he couldn't build anything because he's been supply blocked for such a long time. There's now a robotics facility on the way. And a forge. It feels like Creator kind of escaped here. Like, this situation should have been significantly worse. It is still a bad situation. Creator is still a little bit behind, but he's not as far behind as he should have been. It is now Firefly that starts moving across the map with double adepts in the natural. There's really nothing to defend here whatsoever. Oh, he tried killing the 3rd base, but the 3rd base is on the bottom side. Firefly moves across the map so aggressively most of the time. It's kind of crazy. Just blinks in and kills stuff all the time. Now it's going to take out this battery as well. Creator's trying to go back home. Firefly taking a massive lead here. Recall in towards the main base. Not entirely sure why that happened, but it did. Got a recall here. It's the adepts in the 3rd base still going ham. 50 workers to 36. As Creator is now officially dead, I think. But he should have been dead a long time ago. This Firefly dropping the ball a couple of times so far, but that move out was real nice. A bit risky, but I like the risk that he takes in his play. It makes him fun to watch. 5 gateways being thrown down at the same time while being all in. I mean, it is impossible for me to imagine that he can lose this game. Oh, this is a cool interaction. Look at this. This is a way to deal with a stasis ward. So you're like, oh, they're stuck. No, lol. There you go. Into the natural, my friend. Nice moves. Defensively, this is okay for Firefly. He should be capable of dealing with this. I mean, he's just up right now by like 8-9 workers. He's gonna have more gateways as well. He's kind of being bullied by Creator. Creator with solid movement shouldn't have quite happened like this. Fourth base on the way. Creator is taking a lot of freedom here. Yeah, he's trying to pretend like he's a lot freer than he really is. This is not allowed. I don't think so. There's a prism out. There's 8 gateways versus 4. We're already up 20 supply. Or, well, Firefly is already up 20 supply. This being taken out is big. If this prism dies, that would be huge. Oh my god! If that actually would have... It's gonna die. This is a massive move here. Huge move out of Creator. Because that's going to buy so much time for him. He still is down in infrastructure significantly, but... if there's ever going to be a chance to accidentally win a game, this might just be it. The Zealot's now trying to get in towards the main base. Stalker's rotating towards the left. That was a huge move here by Creator. Huge, brilliant play. Solid movement there out of our Korean Protoss player. Will keep this thing alive. Might end up losing stuff at the third base though. As Super Battery has already been shot apparently. Somewhere, some way. I'm not quite sure where. Yeah, Creator's still fairly dead though. Yeah. He tried his best. I mean, he made the best of a terrible situation. But sometimes a terrible situation is too much to overcome. You just end up dying anyway. 4 more gateways are being thrown down as a 4th base goes down for Firefly as well. I like the way that Creator tried to play this, but sometimes it just isn't enough. Probes being ferried around between the natural and the third. Will finally settle on dying at the 3rd base as their final resting place. GG gets called. Firefly with a dub. Ties up the series. Firefly is out of the tournament already, but is still impacting the way that this group is playing out. As now... I'm gonna have a quick look here. So this is gonna be 1-1. That means Creator is going to be still at 0. Oh, I need to quickly accept. Yes, okay, that worked. So that means if Elazer wins his next match 2-0. Wait, if Firefly wins this series and Elazer wins his next match 2-0 and then REYNOR loses. Oh crap. I need to accept again. Then it's fine. Then Elazer is through. So Firefly is keeping Elazer alive. After Elazer killed Firefly earlier. That's why Firefly is a true competitor. He's ruining people's day despite having no real reason to do it anymore. That is really the essence of StarCraft in my mind. Is even if it doesn't impact you at all, you're still ruining someone else's day. And that is why we all started playing StarCraft back in the day. The moment the Reaper and the Depths were introduced in an already hard game, became way too hard to play for 99% of humanity. Is that so? I don't think Reapers are that difficult, no? I think Adepts are really hard to fight against because they can be in 2 places at the same time, technically. This makes it real hard. How difficult do you think it'd be to make a tournament with donations and advertisement, at least on the monetary side? With donations, it's doable. I have a lot of people that message me to host tournaments for them often. So that I don't think that's a massive issue. But getting actual sponsors can be quite hard. Like, especially if you want legit sponsors. I could get the Casino 777 to sponsor if I'd want, but I don't think I want that. Or I could get a Raid Shadow Legends. NordVPN. ExpressVPN. These are all, you know, within the realm of possibilities. But, yeah. I don't necessarily dislike VPNs, by the way. Nothing against them. You think Clem is safe now? Because he could go +1. Yeah, Clem is safe. Yeah. Clem is safe. Huge map win there by Creator for Clem. Yeah, you're correct. Alright. This is the Miko Y Ogonoski cheer squad, by the way, over here. We're simping for Elazer today, my friends. Firefly, once again, without a scout, most likely going to proxy something on this map. This is a very good map for proxying. It's because there's so many viable proxy locations. Like, boom, 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 bam, dish, oof. There's like 7, 8 locations that are all viable. So scouting for all of them is unrealistic. And thus you're gonna need to gamble. He's gonna go for proxy starport here on the bottom, I think. Or starport? Proxy stargate. This is far back. I like it. This gives me such strong... Wait a second. What is the chance that this is actually a Twilight Council proxy? A robo here? Really? This, in my mind, was the least likely proxy to be seen here. Okay. I'm digging it. I'm semi-digging it. No, I'm not, actually. I freaking hate this. What is this? Actually end my life. Blind Nexus. Straight prison. Battery and natural. 4 unit? He's gonna drop 4 adepts on the other side of the map and then get a nexus at home, maybe? Wait. Okay, look at this. I think what he's gonna do... He'll put 2 sentries and an immortal in a prism and shade up the ramp. I think that's the play here. He's gonna start by sending in some adepts. I've never seen this actually done. He's gonna try and fight these sentries. One goes down. Is that the plan here? Kills another sentry. Look at the pickup. Nice control out of Firefly. Creator's up 4 workers though. And has his own immortal being pushed out. Adepts once again go back into the main. Yeah, nice. Warp in an adept, mate. What? Hey, he's just gonna die, no? Oh, actually killing a couple of these workers. 2 worker kills. And now perhaps a 2 immortal drop? Yeah, it's pure adept. He's gonna do it, isn't he? Or is he just going to attack straight up? Here we go. That's game. Oh, baby, there we go. Firefly with the moves. He's got the moves like Jagger. Ooh, nice little recall though. Second immortal still very far away. Firefly being forced back. Battery's about to finish up. Super battery does not get the heal off. Is immortal in some trouble? Creator? This is not how I expected these fights to go. I promise you this is not what I was expecting at all. I guess it just hit too late or something. It's getting decent damage done with the drop. He also has like 600 minerals and 500 gas. Perhaps this is just a skill issue. Where he just didn't macro well enough behind all of this. This looked like a massive win for Firefly. But now it quite honestly doesn't anymore. I mean, it's 2 Immortals versus 2 Immortals. There's still this Prism, which is huge. That's a dead Stalker. Oh, no, it's not. Who said dead Stalker? Not me. That's an empty battery, though. New Immortal on the way out. 1 more Warp in. What's that? Adepts? Yep, 3 more Adepts. Holy crap. Creator has balls of steel. That's legit mad. Okay, now we get a 4 Adept drop into the main. Wants to kill some more workers. Creator's eco is garbage as well, by the way. The reason why he's gonna be out mining soon is because these mineral patches will run dry. So first mineral patch dies now. Yeah, this is sad for Firefly. I think this is a really close game still. Another battery gets constructed. Observer has good vision, so important. It's going to be 4 Immortals and a Prism against 2 Immortals and no Prism. I'm not quite sure where Creator is spending his money, by the way. It's still possible that he just straight up loses. There's a sentry in here for that wall, isn't there? Oh. Needs to move down with this Immortal Stalker. There's no sentries defensively. Okay, first Immortal gets taken out. Super Battery has been shot. Creator, honestly, with a really good defensive fight. Might still be losing, though, because he's lacking DPS. And that's on the wrong side of the road here. There's no Immortals left. I think Firefly is still doing it again. Firefly keeps Elazer alive for now. Oh, this Prism is getting lower and lower. I think it's over. It's over. Creator right now. I would not want to be his desk, let me tell you that. Unless you like being banked, then it's a nice thing. But otherwise, not so much. He's going to be upset about this one. Ay. That is not okay. That is really not okay. Take a look at the APM to see what's happening at home. Oh, it's dropping to 0. Oh no. Creator's life not in his own hands anymore. Hello? He's gonna make him win condition? He's gonna make him kill all buildings. That had to come from very deep, my friends. Wait, is Creator out now? 2-3 minus 2. Wait, he's out. Oh. Oh no. Oops. Firefly killed Creator and saved Elazer. Legitimately true. So Miko or REYNOR? I'm just getting updates right now. I can't click anything. Oh, there we go. Fixed it. That is so crazy, actually. Oh my god. So for the people that haven't been paying attention, Creator is now out. If Elazer beats Hero with a 2-1 score, if Elazer beats Hero with a 2-1 score, Elazer is out. Because the head-to-head between REYNOR and Elazer is bad for Elazer. Right? Elazer needs a 2-0 and he needs Clem to 2-0. Yeah. Yeah. So 2-0 Hero versus Elazer. And 2-0 Clem for REYNOR. Wait, am I in the lobby yet? Yep, I am. Elazer packing his bags. Why? I want to check the Aleaga luck between Hero and Elazer. Okay, my friends. Look at this. This is the Aleaga luck, okay? Last time they played in the ESL Pro Tour, Elazer beat him 2-1. Am I saying that Elazer is going to win again today? And if so, is he going to win 2-0? It is possible. Has it happened before in the past? Yes, once. In 2021, in the Wardy TV summer, Elazer beat Hero 2-0. Also an online event. So basically the exact same circumstances. It is literally the same thing. Elazer is favored. I'm putting an 80% chance here on Elazer winning this 2-0. 80% chance. And if you think something else, your opinion is wrong. Thank you, the Logman02. Hey Harstem, how have you been mentally? So glad to catch a stream during work. You're a great man. Thanks, Roy. Ah, very kind words. I'm great. With mental power for days, my friends. If you're a Hero fan, a good time to tune out would be now. Because we're going to be slightly biased. Because in the bottom right corner, the greatest man that this world has ever seen, a genius, people comparing off him to Albert Einstein. The Albert Einstein of the 21st century is what he's called in his hometown and in all of Poland. Mikołaj, Elazer, Oganowski. Whoa! Woo! Let's get him, Elazer! And in the top left, Hero. Hatchery on the third base. A pretty genius play. A pretty genius play. I like this play. This shows confidence. The ability to throw on the hatchery on the third base. And pretend like nothing has happened. You know, nothing is wrong here. This is all good. That's Elazer in a nutshell for you. He is the type of guy. He is that guy. He is that guy that just shows up. Boom. Hatchery on the third. No issues whatsoever. Second gas going down for Hero. We're expecting Stargate. Bit of follow-up. Maybe some Blink Stalkers. Maybe something else. Who knows? I don't know. Nexus in the natural though. Oh boy. This is gonna be serious. I can feel it. You know how sad I would be if Hero wins this game. I think this is the story of a lifetime. If Elazer makes it through with a 2-0 0-2, That would be something, wouldn't it? And there's something beautiful about... Imagine... I'm already thinking, you know... I'm in the future already. I already know that Elazer has beaten Hero 2-0. Clem has Elazer's fate in his hands. And Clem is a teammate of Elazer. So he's gonna fight for him. Tooth and nail. Right? Like, big stuff there. Big stuff. Hero, what is your plans? And don't forget that Elazer can also help out Clem. If Elazer wins this series, then Clem, if he beats REYNOR, would be first in the group. That's a pretty big deal, because then he gets to dodge Cyril in the next round. So there's just, you know, there's loads of, you know, the things at play here. People don't realize that, but this is a very special moment in StarCraft 2 history. Perhaps even the most special moment in StarCraft 2 history. Second gate going down. Rookie move by Hero. Doesn't have the balls to take a faster third base. You see, he's afraid of Elazer. He remembers their last meeting and how poorly it went for him. Gonna shade in here with Eps. Elazer has managed to be completely out of position with his links. Oh! Oh, the catch! The catch! Hello? This is illegal! The Geneva Conventions have banned this type of movement. What was that? 0 workers lost? Standard Elazer things. Standard Elazer things. This Oracle's taking a lot of damage already. That's a lot of hull damage for someone that only got 2 drone kills. That is not so great at all. Elazer with a massive lead here in the early game can practically smell that 2-0 already. Because Hero might be good in the early game, but compared to Elazer, he's a rookie in the mid game, and that's where Elazer truly shines. Boom! Elazer with double spores right now. Usually Elazer builds 0 spores, but because he knows he's the favored one, as he destroyed Hero last time they played, he's going to build the spores for safety. Overlord being taken out. Hero so insecure in his Oracle control currently that he decided to go for a Void Ray instead. That is Mikołaj Ogonowski in a nutshell. He's losing 2 Overlords, so that's a bit much, mate. He's gonna lose a third as well eventually once this Overlord goes back. If he loses this bad boy, I'm actually gonna flame him on Skype after this. A robotics facility coming out here for Hero. So once again, most likely following this up with a double Robo Colossus. Now, if there's one thing that Elazer is very strong against, it is indeed double Robo Colossus. Not many people know this, but Elazer actually invented the defense against double Robo Colossus. Is to just have a lot of drones very early on. And preferably getting to that drone count without scouting altogether. That is key. Gonna lose another Overlord, but he already had plenty of supply space prepared. Look at that. He's not gonna get supply blocked. If you want to get Elazer supply blocked, you're gonna need to do a lot more there, buddy. Blink on the way. +1. These are low tier moves. Exact same build order that he played against REYNOR. Guess who was watching that series as well? Elazer. Elazer knows what's coming. Elazer knows what's coming. He's building 7 drones. Gonna go up to maybe 80. Such a solid early game here. Only losing 4 drones to someone opening up with 3 Stargate units. That is not even low tier. That is no tier. That is how bad it is. It's not allowed in. Hero's getting denied here at the door. The bouncer says, no, my friend. You're no tier. You ain't getting in here. This is an exclusive club. Hero says, but I see Elazer in there. It's like, yeah. Elazer is a man for an exclusive club. But you? No. Not you. The Polish machine built 11 more drones. The beast from the east. It's more from the central. The beast from Central Europe. It doesn't rhyme, but yeah, it has a good ring to it anyway. Infestation pit. Oh, he smells it. Not many people know this, but Miko has a very good nose, a good sense of smell. He realized that it's going to be Colossus, tacking straight into that hive over here. 80 drone hive with roaches. He's rushing out Vipers right now. And with Vipers will the victory come. Oh, it will commence, my friends. Oi, 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 oi. You know what's a typical Mikołaj Ogonowski move right now? Also known as the Ogonowski in, you know, StarCraft 2 circles. Is when you completely destroy your opponent with pure Roach Ravager Viper. I think we're about to see a classic Ogonowski over here. A classic Ogonowski. Hero going into an armor upgrade, still no fort base. Understandable that he's afraid of going into a macro game toe-to-toe with the Polish monster. The beast from Central Europe, as they call him. He's gonna get three more worker kills. Elazer loses 3, builds 11 more. He gives and he takes away. Bunch of Ravagers on the way. We have a hive as now. We have a hive right now as well. And we're continuing the good times. Creep tumor gets taken out. Another creep tumor gets taken out. Boom, boom, boom. Elazer wants you in his room. He's gonna use abduct and then beat you up. Elazer doesn't do anything. He's not a sinner. Not a sinner. Just beats people up after abducting them, and that's allowed. Yeah, this game is already over. We could be heading into game 2 already. Game 1 is over. Yeah, go into game 2. Look at Elazer's already preparing for the late game. With a Spire, Spines in the main. What is Hero actually doing? Hero's playing legitimately the most brain-dead build that I've seen in my life. Hello, we really need freaking Vipers, dude. For the love of God, build a Viper. Holy cow, build a Viper. Hello? Why are we building a Spire? Oh, no. I think Elazer is about to get Ogonovski'd himself. That's when he techs into Hive quickly, but forgets the Vipers. What? No! He has no bailing speed either. Maybe the Banelings get connections? Well, I was the United States server. It is not fair to judge people based on the games they play on West. Way higher ping for Elazer. If this was played on a fair server, it would have definitely been 1-0 already. Definitely. I find it hard to believe that this is what would have happened. Also, I know it's been said before, but I really do think Gressman is a little bit too Protoss favored at the moment. I'll be bringing it up in the Balance Council tomorrow. Don't worry about it, guys. Well, wrongs will be righted, okay? This ain't correct. It ain't. It ain't right. That's what it is. It's hard to click the Viper on US West. I think he might have actually just not have scouted for the entirety of the game there. I think he just played on autopilot for legit 10 minutes. It's the exact same build too that he played against REYNOR. How can we lose to this? That's so frustrating. Yeah, this takes away all the hype for me too, because now the group is decided. Thank you for the $2, REYNOR, Slava, Ukraine, Harstem, you the man, Captain. Thanks for the cast. My pleasure, buddy. My pleasure. Ah, come on. That's so lame. Wait, if Clem wins 2-0, Creator is through? No? No, I don't think he is. I think Creator is out. Creator's -2. REYNOR can maximum get -1. So there's no excitement anymore in this group. It's like I've been punched in the gut and I can't breathe anymore. That's what it feels like. We've been bamboozled. How uber lame is that? That is really uber lame if you ask me. It's like super uber lame. If Hero plays the exact... No, he's not playing the same build. He's gonna do something else now. God. Hero doesn't know what fun is. He was already through anyway. Why does he care? Well, I guess he wants to get first in the group. Fair play to him. Pros have been performing kind of okay then. We get 2 out of 8 players. I think, right? The hero in max packs? Is that correct? Yeah, 2 out of 8. That's better than the average tournament. It's a win for Protoss all around, if you ask me. And if Firefly wouldn't have ruined Creator, it would have been 3 out of 8. That is better than expected. Ugh, God. How frustrating. This went so well as well for Elazer, the entire game. They got such a king scenario over there. If he would have gotten Vipers out, he would have been in a position, let me tell you that. He would have been in one hell of a position. But he didn't get the Vipers out, and then he wasn't in a great position. His position sucked. So yeah, this series, I mean, it's still happening, don't get me wrong, and it might actually be important. Because he could still save his teammate, right? If Elazer beats Hero with 2-1 and Clem beats REYNOR with any score, Clem gets first place, which would be kind of big. And I know that the Liquid boys really care about each other. They're, you know, they're very supportive of one another. What a loss though that was. That made me sad. That really did make me sad. Next is being thrown down in the natural. As per usual. First Adept is just kind of chilling around, really not doing much of anything. Void Ray is being constructed here. Man, I'm actually a little bit deflated. I'm not gonna lie about this all. I actually feel kind of deflated right now. It doesn't feel right. It does not. Oh. Alright. Zergling speed is on the way. I'm gonna get a 3rd base out as well. Once again, Oracle start coming out of Hero, and that means that we're seeing more of the same. Probe in some trouble, is going to survive his... I think an Overlord here was being blasted by this Void Ray. Void Ray first. Double gas is a follow-up. Okay. That's a build. That is a build. Double gas before 2nd gateway. Huh. Almost feels like he wants to go into that Fleet Beacon Stargate shenanigans again as well. Just like he did against REYNOR. It's definitely possible. Yeah, it's going to be a 2nd Stargate. There's no Fleet Beacon though. It could be the triple Stargate into Phoenixes, or just double Stargate Phoenix is also a playstyle, of course. Let's not pretend that triple Stargate is the standard. It is far from it, actually. Yeah, it's just going to be a gateway. Continuing Oracle production. You might be messing Oracles here. Hero is such an entertaining player. He legitimately has builds for days. Like, every game is a different one. Every single game a different build. The reptile crate walking around. There's a snake in here. So silly. Very cute. Probably my favorite critter. I never kill those because they are so funny. There's one down here as well, right? Yep. There it is. 4 more gases on the way here for Elazer. As it is going to be Mass Oracle. 7 Queens versus Mass Oracle. Elazer tends to skip a spore in one of his bases. This time it's the natural. And the 3rd. So 2 spores have been skipped. Is Elazer trying to all in here? Does he have a Roach Warren? Yeah, okay, he's all inning. He's playing a 5 gas all in. Oh no. He's gonna lose the game. Actually, if Hero shows his oracles first, Elazer has a chance. If Hero doesn't show his oracles, Elazer has absolutely no chance. Because he's going to fly across the map with his queens, and then he's going to lose all of them to the Void Ray plus oracles. There's going to be like 7 oracles waiting. I wonder if he's going to... Okay, he's going to move out now. So we have spores everywhere. This is going to be such a weird interaction that I'm going to be real with you all. I've never seen this playing out before. I've never seen this played out in my entire life. Like legit never, not once. So 7 oracles, target down a spore. A couple of drones will die. And 2 more oracles are on the way. Well, a couple of drones will die. 16 drones will die. Do you recall them? Yeah, he's gonna recall them. Okay, needs the... Hello? Poop! Poop creep! Transfuse! Transfuse! Elazer? Is he doing it? Queen staying alive for it now. Elazer gets in. Swoops in and destroys Hero. This is a dub. The same exact strategy that Elazer played against Firefly is going to work against Hero as well. Throws a couple of biles on the Nexus. Hero thought he was ready, did not scout appropriately, and as a result is going to end up dying. He is 100% dying here. Now there's still 5 oracles around. If the naturals get secured and you clear those queens, is there a world in which this is a W? Is there? Here we go. Targets down Queen 1. Doesn't quite get it. Biles trying to connect with stuff. Did he just pick up into those overlords? He did. Elazer is going to get cleaned up. Is he? But is he really? No, yeah, he is. But it is 4 bases against 2. There's still 7 oracles though. But out of energy. Hydra then, right? Yeah, Hydra then time. Double Evo or single Evo. Honestly, playing Hydra into Lurker here is probably ultimate. Like, what are you doing? They're out of energy, dude. You can't do nothing. Actually can't do nothing. There's 3 spores in the main base, 3 in the natural. Could probably place 2 in the third. Would maybe be a wise decision. Or just keep all the queens together, I guess, is what he wants to do. Then have the spores deal with everything else. Actually, kind of a high tier move. I think drones are the answer here. I mean, this is nice. You're gonna kill some queens. Oh! Adio. Oh, wait. Gotta... No! Gonna lose the Overlord with 1 queen in it, but Stalkers might be in some trouble as a result. I actually think droning up here is correct. I don't think attacking is what you'd want to be doing. I think that's the exact opposite of what you want to be doing right now. And if you drone up to 75, play Roach Hydra Lurker. I'm never seeing a world in which Hero holds. But against a medium, like a lukewarm Roach Ling attack with queens that are walking across, no way. Maybe with the Hydras it will be fine. I think you could put spores with your push as well, no? You just walk 1 spore over and you're spreading creep anyway. Might as well. This is scary for Elazer. It really is. Storm is probably a fine call. I had almost expected Hero to continue Oracle production, but he's transitioning out of that at least. 61 workers to 57. There is no spores here still. He needs to move some of them over. 100%. I'll keep it a $1.50 with you all, but this feels scary for Elazer. This feels real scary for Elazer. There's what? 3 Templars out right now. Make that 4. If Storm finishes, that would be big. Yeah, no, I think not getting drones here was an error. A blunder? No. An error? Yes. Stasis Ward's going to be very helpful here. Very freaking helpful. Roaches and Hydras going ham. It's got to go in towards the next roll. Kind of like that. There's a stasis there. Is he aware? He is now. Queens get pushed away. There's no upgrades on this army. There's +2 on the Stalker. Storm's going to be useful. supply-wise, it looks bad for a hero. And losing these stalkers is not a brilliant move either. But defensively, he just doesn't have enough gates is an issue. And he only has a single storm left remaining. Archons are being pushed forward for no real reason. Blinks in? Well, that worked. This is the first time in my life that I've seen a blink and actually do something. I think Hero might be winning. Yeah. I think droning up playing for Rose Hydra Lurker was the move, but Elazer didn't feel like it. Hero is diving kind of deep here, honestly. I am surprised by that. I think Hero believes his opponent is on 75 workers, so that's why Hero is doing this. Hero doesn't think he's being all in. Hero thinks this is a macro game. Hero is very wrong. Hero is definitely trying to throw this. There's 15 more Hydras on the way right now, and he has 1k in the bank. There is a chance Hero leaves accidentally, thinking that he's really far down in workers. Boy, would he be off. I think he's gonna leave the game. Build units, please. We have 1800 minerals. Did he just forget the macro for the past 3.5 minutes? What did I say? He's gonna leave thinking he's dead. This day is unbelievable. I mean, he might have actually died to the counterattack because he did lose so many stalkers, but he had so much cash in the bank. And his opponent had no drones. Oh my god. Clem is crying with laughter. Oh my god. You actually can't make this crap up, can you? This is unbelievable. This has been the craziest group in this entire event so far. Oh. When does the rest of the tourney get played? Is it like next week or something? Not tomorrow, right? It doesn't say actually when the quarterfinals and the semifinals and the grand finals are. It ends in on the 10th of September. It was a day in September. The day I'll always remember. Yes, I Okay, I'm just keeping an eye. My dog still seems to be sleeping, but this tournament is lasting a little bit longer than I had expected it to. Yeah, it's been a while since I walked him, so I hope that he'll remain sleeping for the rest of time. I have a little. Usually I walk him in about an hour from now, but we'll see. All right, 1-1 is the score. And that means with a score of 1-1. What does it mean? What does it mean? That we're in the final game. And I'm very curious what the hero is going to be doing. Okay, I'm actually gonna grab some water. I'm super thirsty and I've been thirsty this entire time. Holy crap. You can follow the probe. Oh, come on, guys. Come on, Adeline. Oh, I shed it in. At this moment, you mean everything. I wonder if he won't rewind. What is the past tense of rewind? Rewinded? I wonder if he rewinded the replay. Rewound? He wound me up. He winded me up. I think it's rewinded. I wonder if he rewinded the replay. Tell me, chat, what is it? Rewound? It's rewound? Okay. Because if you rewound the replay, that's going to be a mental blow. Straight into the head. Elazer is known to dealing mental blows to his opponents. That's why they call him the Beast from Central Europe. Well, Hero doesn't have any cool nicknames, at least not that I'm aware of. They call him... Actually, I don't know what his nicknames are at all. Does he have a nickname? Ah, the Smiling Assassin is what they call him. Terrible nickname. You have to be an awful assassin to be spotted, no? A good hitman doesn't get seen, so you don't know that he's smiling, right? It's not possible. So, terrible nickname. It shows that you're incompetent in your craft. It's like the discovered undercover agent, you know? It's also a terrible nickname. They call him the discovered undercover agent. You think, well... doesn't spell much good for the future. We have a Void Ray on the way first, once again. Did he really think he was going to get a drone against the Beast from Central Europe? This guy invented spore building to dodge a depth shot. What do you think this is, Hero? Amateur hour? Is this on the Western United States? Of course it is. It's the Westerns are the worst server possible for Zerg. And Elazer pulls these tricks out of his back pocket like he has infinite. That's what it is. Elazer is a man of infinite gimmicks. What it feels like sometimes. But when he does them, they're not gimmicks, they're solid. Oh, what is this build? Oh, it's an Archon drop. Now, I have strong opinions on the Archon drop as a build order. It might be with charge, actually. If he gets Templar Archives plus charge here, I will need to have a stern talking to Hero next time I see him. About which builds are, you know, allowed to be played and which ones aren't. This is legit what Protoss players played in 2018. And even back then it sucked already. And we knew. We just didn't know how to make any other builds. This build freaking sucks balls. This build legitimately never wins. Does Hero really think he's gonna deal damage? No shot. Why is there 24 links on the way? What? He's gonna cancel the third base? There's no Roach Warren yet though, is there? Is this... This is game. Elazer won. 2-0. Well, if we don't count the game that Hero won, this would be 2-0. But if you're you know, if you care about truth and reality, then yes, it's going to be 2-1. This is a huge move. Huge move. Unless Hero legitimately wins with this, which it is quite frankly possible because there's no Roach Warren. What's the Queen count? 7. He thinks it's double Stargate Phoenix, doesn't he? Oh, he's gonna be real surprised when there's 4 Zealots warping into his main. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was a surprise, let me tell you that, my friends. Oh, you did not see that one coming. Oh no. It's maybe still playable. We're gonna get another 4 Zealot warp in soon. As long as the Queens stay alive and you make sure that the Prism can't warp in. Like, this is a really uncomfortable position for the Prism. He needs to... Yeah, he needs to move to the left. I think this Prism... If he would have microed this properly with the Queens, he could have perhaps killed it. Hello? Roach Warren has finished up right now, so Roaches could start. If he can get 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 Roaches out, he's fine. As Hero's gonna warp in what? Six zealots and an Archon here. Oh my god, look how many units he has at home. Woo! Oh, that's units for days. 69 workers, though, for Elazer, playing against the 2 base all-in, practically. He's not gonna get supply block by losing that Overlord. He just, literally all he can build spines. He could build spines. He's scouting now. He sees no 3rd base. He's like, wait a second, sir. What do you have over here? He could actually go to the gates. Yeah, attack the gates. Attack the gates. Storm the gates, please. Needs to move into the mineral line here. Into the mineral line for minimum surface area of those zealots. Hold position movements with the drones. Roaches in the back. More roaches coming in right now. 13, 14 workers go down. He can lose 7, 8 more workers, but he can't afford to lose all of his units. And I think he might be losing all of those as well. That is going to be a serious issue here. Yeah, losing of the entire army when you're being all-in often leads to a swift and sudden death. GG gets called. Hero gets the W with this build. Elazer perhaps a little bit too greedy, going up to 70 workers against what was practically a 2-base all-in. And Hero, does he secure the 1st place with this move? Did he just secure 1st place? We're going to have a look. Wait, I need to switch server to Europe. Okay, so I'm first going to switch server to Europe. I can't tab out when I'm switching servers because then it fails. It don't work no more. I'm going into this channel and we're all ready and set up. Oh, what a game. Is that the build Harstem said never wins? Yeah. Yeah, it's the build I said never wins. Hey, if I would be right all the time, where would the fun be, huh? People would call me the Oracle then. I'd have the FBI chasing me, thinking that I can look into the future. Sometimes I put in a wrong prediction like that, or I make a wrong call, so people don't think I'm perfect. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to watch the rest of the games. I would just tell you what's gonna happen. That would be not interesting. So every now and again, a wrong call, and I think we can all agree that it increases the fun overall for everyone. You guys get to call me out. Oh, you're so stupid. I told you this build is good. Oh, Harstem, do you even play this game? You're an expert. And then I pretend to care about your opinion, and then we continue into the next series. See, that's how it works. It's a little game that we're playing here. Yeah, it's a little game that we're playing. All right, we're gonna take a look at the group, actually. That's what I wanted to do. Hero, Clem, REYNOR, Creator, Firefly, Elazer. It hasn't updated yet. Hero is going to be +6. And that means that he's first. Correct? +6 means he's first, because Clem can only get +5. If REYNOR wins, REYNOR gets 2nd place. If Clem wins... What happens if it's 2-1? Then they move 1 closer. So yeah, if REYNOR wins, no matter with what score, REYNOR is 2nd and Clem is 3rd. If Clem wins, then Clem is always 2nd. Now that is huge, because if you get 3rd in your group, you get placed in the lower bracket with the losers. So nowadays, it is politically correct, of course, to call it the lower bracket rather than the loser bracket. It used to be winner bracket and loser bracket, but nowadays it's been, you know, political correctness gone mad, is what I tell you. We know that it's the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket. And down there, in the loser's bracket, that, my friends, is where I live. Okay? I know that place. Oh, so well. I can't remember the last time I was in a winner's bracket. It's been ages. More than a decade. That's a place where you don't want to be. Because it's where the Harstems are willing to, you know, do anything to take stuff away from you. That's what I'm telling you. And that's where neither Clem nor REYNOR wants to be. Oh no, they want to be up there with the winners, my friends. They want to be up there with the winners. Can a loser win the tournament? If so, they aren't really losers until they're out. Yeah, technically true. That's probably the reason why it changed. I don't actually think it's political correctness gone mad, but that's a better narrative in my mind. Sometimes you just gotta follow the better story. The truth can be confusing after all. Yeah, I'm excited for this. I'm actually very excited for this. Blatant wokeism. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, we got... we're just waiting for everything to get set up here on the European server. I'm not sure why it's taking such a long time, but maybe they haven't vetoed quite yet. That's a possibility, of course. Serral 10-0 looking great. Yeah, Serral's looking fantastic. Beyond, though, with the 10-2. Not too shabby either. 5-0 in group stage. Dropping maps to Solar and Nightmare. Taking out Ragnarok, Hero Marine, and Spirit with clean numbers. Cure also with 5-0, by the way. 10-1 map score. Yeah, these are true gangsters. True gangsters. All right. Actually, proper looking forward to this. We're ready to go. Clem has joined the party. And with Clem joining the party, it's always a good time. It always is a good time. Whoa, whoa, oh, 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 oh. Harstem sounds like the friend who tells a story but twists all the facts to make the story more fun. When confronted with truth, he just responds, mine is funnier, so it's the truth. Actual fact. I swear if he didn't have his wish issues while playing offline, he'd be the Terran goat. Also a fact. Did you spend some time in the UK? The propers per minute are very high. And I appreciated the Brainiac reference a couple of weeks ago. We had Brainiac in the Netherlands. What are you on about? Brainiac was everywhere. I mean, that stuff was worldwide. Brainiac, no? Was it on Discovery Channel? You had like Mythbusters would run first, and then Brainiac. And Brainiac was on the edge of my bedtime, so I sometimes was allowed to see like the first bit until like the first commercials or something, like just the first half until like the that's a good show. I didn't really spend any significant time in the UK, but I watched quite a few UK TV shows. I watched, what's it called? With the bus wanker. What is this called? The In-Betweeners. I watched 3 seasons with my friends of The In-Betweeners. That show is legitimately very good. Holy crap. Yeah, and we also learned British English in high school. Yeah. You never even heard of Brainiac? Really? Brainiac was really... It's kind of a weird show. I don't think there was any spoken... Like, they didn't speak in there at all, did they? There was just a voiceover, I think. And all the characters in the show wouldn't speak at all. So there was a segment, I think it was called Does It Bounce or Does It Break? In which they threw stuff out of a window. It was like one of these fun science programs. Well, I liked it. I thought it was funny. We really live in the golden age now, though, of like online science content, I think. If you want, you could watch like very entertaining science stuff online all the time. In which like you don't learn a whole lot, but you learn a little. I think it's better than watching like random influencers post shorts or something. Generating fake drama. So I think it's good. If you can get your kids hooked on that, you know, like the semi-scientific stuff, I think that's a good gateway drug to, you know, real science. Can I hook on like the Mythbuster? Yeah, like the stuff that the engineer from NASA does. I keep forgetting his name. The guy with the cap. His face looks like it's been created in an AI with the prompt that says a nice guy. Like he legitimately just looks like a nice guy. What is he called? Science Man. Good lord. I'm gonna Google him. Science Man NASA. Video YouTube. YouTube NASA guy. Mark Rober. There we go. Yes. Oh my god. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Enough with the jokes. StarCraft 2 action. Clem in the top left spawning as our red Terran player with the beautiful polar bear spinning around his command center. And in the bottom right with the mountains of Basilisk because they're ready to peak. It is going to be REYNOR, of course. Final match of this group playing for second place. It's going to be a proxy Rex Reaper with one Rex proxy. Second barracks at home. That means that the first Reaper hits... Wait, was this a second barracks proxy? No, this is first barracks proxy. Second barracks proxy. I think. Yeah. Yeah. And then you go for Reaper and you hope to kill some stuff. Oof. Bang, bang. You're dead. It's going to be a fairly big impact. One kill. One lane kill. It's actually dealing some decent damage here to this queen as well. We're now playing on the European server, which means really just the optimal... What you call it? The optimal ping. So it's going to be easy to micro those. Well, easy. It's never easy, but it's easier. Lanes moving back and forth. Look at these 4 Reapers go. Oof, oof. Hello? This is a hate crime. Holy crap. That was insane micro. He moved these back with 1 HP and then sniped the queen with the remaining 2. Now, grenading your own Reaper, that is also a crime. He's gonna try to sneak out of here. It's not quite succeeding. Loses all of his Reapers. Nice micro earlier, but now gets completely blasted by those bad boys. Mispositioning that grenade over here meant that he couldn't sneak out. Actually kind of impactful. Holy crap, that was insane. Real nice control there out of Clem. Until it wasn't. Overall, 10 links, 1 queen, a drone for 3 Reapers. Not great, not terrible. It's going to be triple CC as a follow-up. Very late third base for REYNOR here. So, honestly, I'm kind of digging the spot here for our good friend Clem, who is already building Marines. He's going to follow this up with a... Oh, can you lift this? Is there a hole in there then? Oh! That was a tiny hole, but it got fixed. It got plugged. He plugged the hole. Now we have a... is that a tech lab? Yeah, so it's going to be tanks as a follow-up, I guess. It's actually a whole eBay already. I don't know who this situation favors. The creep is obviously crap. It's going to be roaches as a follow-up. It probably means that REYNOR's not feeling so confident. He only builds roaches when he's not feeling confident in his defense, probably. That's what I'm thinking, at least. I'm not sure if this is true. I just made it up. But it sounded pretty, you know, logical to me. Roaches usually aren't so great, majority of the time, so that's why. It's like going into mid-games. It feels a bit meh. Clem is already preempting this with tanks as well, so... Am I liking Clem's position here? I'm giving Clem's position 3 stars out of 5. Oh, I was so thirsty. Holy crap. This still hits kind of hard, doesn't it? Surprisingly hard. This is like a bass drop in a Taylor Swift song. Didn't expect it, but it's not bad at all. Because this is like 6 minutes in, and there was significant pressure, and there is a third base. I mean, it shouldn't deal damage because there's roaches, but it does cut in early. I wasn't aware that this could hit so hard. I really wasn't aware of that. Nice move. That's a nice move. That's a real nice move. He's gonna redrop completely now on the high ground. I mean, the roaches are just out of position. At least for a little bit. Clem gets an okay trade. I mean, it's an okay trade because he doesn't lose anything. It's not really trading. He's just beating up the other guy and taking his stuff. It's like Clem in high school is taking people's lunch money. His dad asked him at the end of the day, and how were the trades today, son? And Clem just looks at his dad like, was all right, Dad. Was all right. He's gonna try dropping once more. He's losing a couple of these Marines. But we'll take out one or two of these roaches. Perhaps nice transfuse coming from the low ground onto the balcony. But 3 roaches will still die. This is good trade for Clem once more. He's dealing way more damage than I think he ever should have. Two E-base. High tier, baby. That's very high tier indeed. Stim in. And there we go. Is he gonna snipe something or what? He might just. He might just. Let me drop down here. He plays like a prick, doesn't he, Clem? I mean, he's practically even supply against the guy messing roaches. This is what we call a bad situation. This is what we call a very bad situation. Almost feel like he could have attacked into this, but maybe too risky with the queen nearby, a low medevac already. Like, he can just continue moving out on the map with marine forces and probably be fine. There's no third base yet, by the way, or fourth base. But there's a third base already. That bad boy is mining for a while. No fort surprises me. This is almost how Cure plays with a really late fort. Just loads of units, very high supply. Just continuous production. Is there a 2-2 timing here that I'm seeing? No, it's going to be a 1-1 timing. This is going to hit like a bag of bricks, though, isn't it? I'm not sure if any of you have ever been hit by a bag of bricks. I assure you, it's not very pleasant. So in general, being hit by most things is not very pleasant. Tank sieging up. Like, unless Clem catches like a fungal on the head here, which he really shouldn't. I think REYNOR is in trouble. Okay, that's a medevac that went down. That's a big fungal for starters. Okay. That was impactful. That was very impactful indeed. Still 2 tanks shooting. Whittling away those roach counts, and Ravagers will stay alive for now. We get a drop towards the main base. Spore not entirely in position. There's reinforcements that get rallied across. If you can take out an Evo chamber, that'd be massive. Almost feel like it would be worth it to try. But instead he goes for drones. It will piss off right now. Needs to be careful that it doesn't fly into the spore. These units are just AFK, just waiting for a scan, I guess, yeah. We'll take this bad boy out as well. As tank gets sent back home, another scan, more creep tumors getting taken out. 2-2 finishes up as well. Clem just never relents, that is the thing, right? You look at this guy and he just continues attacking. Sometimes even a bit too long. I think against Elazer at times, you know, he went a bit too deep. When it really wasn't necessary. It really wasn't necessary. This Overlord's being targeted down right now. That's sad in a way. Real sad in a way. Majority stays alive. That's something. Double lurker then? Does he really have the eco for that? I'd kind of expect that of 10 gas, not of 8. He believes he has money for that. I don't think he does. He doesn't even have any Hydras yet. I wonder what Clem's follow-up is going to be here. Did he just hold position his entire army for banter? Yeah, he did. Oh, one more fungal. These fungals have been connecting a bit too much in my opinion. They have been connecting just a little bit too often. Hydra's now being produced. We're gonna see double upgrades, Adaptive Talon and Sensitive Claws. Seismic Spines, there we go. Sensitive Claws, I'm not sure how I got to that. More command centers here being thrown down. There's a bunch of tanks at home. Is Clem gonna play a late game? It's not really his style, his forte. What he likes doing, you know? Clem is a different beast usually. That's a pickup, that's tight. That's real tight even, I like that. You have a small move forward here with this tank. Get a blinding cloud on this maybe? Ghost in his army already. He's gonna go up to 9. Snipes the lurker. Ravagers will take a kill here. Take a scalp. $199 supply to 199. Baneling transition now on the way. This is the slowest tank push I've seen in my life. Really very careful with all of this, isn't he? There's going to be a bunch of ghosts. Sensor tower will provide a lot of vision. I mean, defensively, Clem is set up like a beast. Like the beast from the west of Europe. Gets a planetary up here as well. Roach is trying to trade out, which is understandable because they're pretty freaking useless at this point. But they shouldn't be getting trades at all. I think Clem is giving him too much here. But with tanks in position, yeah. It shouldn't really do much. Is there concussive yet? I don't think there is. Would be nice to get. Yeah, he's getting it right now. Tank in the back helping out as well. Clem, meanwhile, pushing forward. I missed it. REYNOR also seemingly missed it. He's gonna lose a couple of his lurkers. That's one that goes down. That is one more. Oh! REYNOR wanted to abduct that, but the pickup was so swift. Abduct was absolutely impossible. You know you can dodge up ducts by picking up as well. Not many people know this because no one does it, but I've done it before with a prison. I've seen MaxPax do it before as well. On Curious Minds, he did it against Cyril, I think. It's a long time ago. I remember seeing that. One scan and these lurkers are gone. That means no more lurkers. Then all of a sudden it's Baneling, Roach, Hydra, Viper, which is powerful. And these are gone. These are gone. Here comes the attack. There's not that much bio with this army though. Still going to be a nice little fight here for REYNOR. For Clem, sorry. I think at least. Resources lost definitely in his favor. I'm not sure how impactful that last fight was, but it felt okay. Killed a lot of Banes at least. And had killed all the lurkers previously already, yeah. Clem feels it as well and starts moving out. Ooh, Baneling does get a pretty decent connection there. You have a couple more snipes in the tank. But Banelings are going to ruin all of this. Look at this. He's just standing here. You're right-clicking Banes. Now it's going to go for a pickup. 13k to 20k lost. There's so many freaking orbital commands. There's 3 naked orbital commands that still can turn into an orbital. And there's currently already 5 orbitals. So, and 2 more on the way. So we're really looking at like 10 orbitals or so. It's going to happen soon. Oh, that's a fungal. Could pick them up. Yeah, it's gonna get there. It's gonna say. Medevac needs to start moving in right now. Clem's army is massively powerful. Look at this. 4k gas against just 1k gas is not enough. I think REYNOR is, quite honestly, is dead if he doesn't take a major W in the next fight. This is not a major W at all. This is a major L even. Huge L here. Holy crap. I almost think that Clem can push. Pretty sure that Clem can push. He's getting vehicle weapons and pre-infernal igniter. Infernal pre-igniter, which is the blue flame. That means that Hellbats will be capable of one-shotting links. And with that in the back pocket, I think that's going to be game, no? Pretty sure that's going to be game. Maybe game is a bit much, but I'm zoning out a little bit. I have to notice that I'm a bit hungry. I haven't eaten in a while. I have a weak mind, what can I say? There's no turret with this, and that's kind of scary. Okay, we do get a scan over here. A nice setup for Clem still. Let's have a look what's kicking off over here. I mean, Clem is one good fight away from actually taking the win. And REYNOR is like 4 good fight away from being back into the game. Right, resources lost 14k to 29k. This is not looking great. It really isn't. Oh, gonna get a big fungal. Connected quite a bit. I don't think it's the entire story though. There's a lot more army where that came from. And a bunch of Banes are also going down. Overall, a doable trade for REYNOR. But no, actually this wasn't very great at all. 18k to 33 right now. I think it was 17 to 30 before, so money-wise not it. All ghosts basically stay alive. Medevacs always stay alive. Bunch of tank lip as well staying alive on the right side. One of the problems that at some point REYNOR will need to face is that he's probably going to get outmined on this map. REYNOR is never going to mine this base, and REYNOR is never going to mine this base. So he's mined a little bit from this, but not enough. The moment Clem gets this set up, he is absolutely safe. This infestor needs to do something in the next 5 seconds. This guy seeing this turret construct, it's like seeing his life flash in front of his eyes. Like, alright, moving out of the way here, chief. That ain't it. Okay, lurkers are being rebuilt right now. I think REYNOR honestly needs to move into Broodlords at this point, but he really can't. He also can't build more Banes. Okay, he's gonna go in with a fungal from the side. Banes are hitting, Banes are connecting. Good pickup here though. Clem is microing this so well. I really think a couple of Hellbats would help out against these. Yeah, look at this, look at this. 2 Hellbats here. Poof! Man, they're eating these links for breakfast. 8 and 10 kills within like 3 shots. That is huge. Ghost count has been diminished a bit. Well, is that true? There's 8. Earlier there was 9. So I guess it's lower than before. The main problem for the Ghost right now is that they're out of energy. And the main problem for REYNOR is that he doesn't have any money left. That probably is a bigger issue. He can't really build any Banelings. He can't even max out properly. That means that Clem is really inching towards victory right now. Actual tight moves. One more scan, buddy. That's all you need. He's gonna unburrow. He's gonna get that fungal off. He just needs a turret in the middle. Like, holy crap. Look at these Hellbats. A move to the Hellbats. Look at this. Like, these guys, they kill links at an insane pace. These fights are so lopsided. GG gets called. Clem wins game number 1 here on Dragon Skills. And what a banger of a game. That was nice to watch. Clem playing proper StarCraft 2 right now. And that means we'll be heading into game number 2 pretty freaking soon. Pretty freaking soon. And REYNOR 1 game away from the losers bracket. Oosh. Oosh, oosh, oosh. Oh. A certified bangerino. Oh, I missed some. I'm sorry. I missed Marilyn Ool's €2 donation. Hello, my hero. Thanks that you're live again. I appreciate it, brother. It's always appreciating all the super chats, as they call it on YouTube. Very kind of you all. Oh. I'm not used anymore to streaming for more than an hour and a half. I've become lazy, complacent. These 4 or 5 hour days, you know, sitting straight. Especially the no eating is getting to me. I should prepare some food on the side. In my old house, when I would often stream 8-9 hours at a time, I would have a little sandwich station. So when I would get hungry, I'd make peanut butter sandwiches, always. Eat them real fast. Back to playing some video games. Ah, the golden days of StarCraft. 5 years ago. Leak your address and I'll order you pizza. No, I don't like pizza very much. And by the time the pizza arrives, the series will be over already. I also don't really have much time to eat. Because after this, I'm doing a quick walk of the dog, which will probably take 15 minutes or so. He's still sleeping for now. Or might be semi-awake. But he still seems fine. And then I do the co-op with Appetry. So there's none of that. The dog seems to be awake. I have a live stream of my dog on the side ever since he got sick. So now I just watch the live stream to see what he's up to. But he's gonna need a walk at some point soon. So let's hope these games don't last too long. Otherwise I might need to cut it short. But he still seems to be in good shape. So we're happy with that. Alright. Game number 2 over here on Babylon. See what Clem's plan is. Now, Babylon is a better map for Terran generally. Because you have these nice little locations. Like there's a tank spot that's... I'm not quick to call something imbalanced. But that is freaking broken. Like this, you can put a tank. It's like over here or over here. And it's so hard for Lynx to get a surround on it. And it can reach this pocket. And it reaches all of this as well. It's like... It is bonkers to me how good that position is. Like, it's actually freaking crazy. It hurts my tiny little brain. Yeah, it's mad. Okay, let's have a look. We have a barracks going up over here. You have the hatchery on the low ground. So everything is pretty freaking standard. I'm kind of expecting, in a way, I'm expecting like a triple CC out of Clem here. Just a more standard triple CC. With maybe Banshees, maybe some cars. It's gonna go for that SCV scout, as he always goes for an SCV scout. Clem is one of the most standard players, I think, in the entire world. When it comes to scouting and safety, and you know, he's the type of guy that enjoys reading the regulation books. He's the only player that reads the player handbook when it gets published as well. Aware of all the rules, afraid to make a mistake. Clem in a nutshell, really. Scouts and pisses off again. Yeah, it doesn't waste any time. Do we get a third base here? Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Third base. 4 more drones on the way as well. I got a queen being constructed. Yeah, it's just going to be a Banshee build. Very standard Clem. For, I don't even know how long, but I think there was a period, like maybe 2 years ago, in which Clem would legitimately just play this build over and over and over. Like, legit exclusively this build. Nothing else. So yeah. He's very familiar with this. He knows exactly how to move. He knows what to do. But at the same time, REYNOR, as a result, should also be familiar with it, right? And this is just one of the most standard builds. It's super safe because it allows you to get Banshees out quickly. Oh, it's maybe possible that he goes into Hellion Cyclone from here. He did that earlier today against Elazer. Almost said his real name. Ugh. Would have doxed him like that. Disgusting behavior by Harstem. That is cancel worthy in my opinion. It's good defense, honestly. Didn't really lose anything, though. Lost none. Well, 9 workers and a drone have gone down already. Good start here for Clement. Clement dash Planches. She starts popping off on the map right now. It's going to be bio most likely. We see a tech lab over here. Just waiting with the next wave of Hellions though. Marine production starts. Or should I say continues? Because we had one earlier already. Actually we have 2 Marines right now out. It's going to be barracks indeed. 6 cars into a follow-up. Gets 2 creep tumors. That's fresh. Might end up losing a Hellion though for free. That's less fresh. Could kill a queen, so then it's not for free. Oh, what is this? This is orgasmic. He did this in game 1 with the Reapers and now does it with a car. This was a real nice trade, honest to God. That was real nice. That was just a good play. Like, that is just nice micro. Just these tight little pullbacks. Now he's coming in with a rotation over here. He's not diving too deep. Just takes out a tumor and pisses off again. Oh, hey. Oh, did he just cloak? He is cloak already. That is fast cloak, no? Am I crazy? Feels fast. REYNOR feels like it's fast. It's not gonna get any kills though on it. Yeah, scared the crap out of me. 2 more barracks already going down as we have the +1 being researched. +1 armor not quite on the way. Where's those medevacs popping out? Wait, what is... This is different. No? Usually you build the reactor with the... With the starport itself. Oh, he's floating it. No, it's a mistake. He has it in a control group. Oh, no. That's a blunder. That's going to cost him like 10 seconds on the first medevac timing, which at this level is pretty significant. That is pretty significant. That is a major deal. I thought I saw a second factory. Why is that not being built on top of this tech lab? I don't quite understand. He's going to be playing mines here. I think he messed up his build order. Everything is super late. He has a very fast armory. I think he actually messed up his build. Here I am saying how good he is with it and that he's been playing it for such a long time. He's just messing up his build. Doesn't know what to do. He's supposed to hit at like 7. He's gonna have 1 medevac at 7. I think actually he's supposed to hit at 650. I legit could have executed this better. But maybe he's doing it different? No, I think he just messed it up. Like now he's floating it over to the main. I think he got confused or something. He's hit himself in confusion. Clem met a Zubat. And the Zubat used the confusion ray spell. Now all Clem can do is hit himself. Only on 66 workers as well so far. It's been cutting a little bit. Should start +2 soon. And this is a weak sauce army, no? Look how much creep there is as well. REYNOR is unleashed. Like a real machine. That's why they call REYNOR the machine from Italy. The beast from Southern Europe. That's what they call him. There's a lot of Banes, but there's no speed yet. I think REYNOR might have forgotten Bane speed. At the same time, Clem forgot to close his door. There's some creepy guys entering inside right now, trying to destroy his SCVs. See, Clem is very far up in supply. If he fights pre-Baneling speed, does he just win the game? I think we're about to see. He's up 20 supply out of nowhere. Like legit out of nowhere. That run by must have not quite done, done the damage that REYNOR would have wanted. Baneling speed does finish up in about 15 seconds. I think REYNOR might be... He's gonna be taking a real poor fight here. Oh. So far with the real poor fight, as Banelings, even without speed, managed to get connections. Holy crap, queens are powerful at holding a point. And this is why you don't fall asleep at the wheel, my friends. No drunk driving. Well, no drunk microing. Clem had a couple of glasses of wine before this game. I was gonna say, you know, a name of wine, like a Chabernet or something, but I actually don't know any wine names. Chabernet? It sounds like something that could be a wine region. Classic Chabernet. You just killed 25 workers in 10 seconds, though. As you might realize, I'm not very knowledgeable on wines. I do know the difference between red and white. It's mainly in the color. But that's as far as my my knowledge reaches. That was a lot of worker kills though, isn't it? Chardonnay, Sauvignon, Chavagnon. If you just say a word with an S or a C, and you have a French ending to it, it's probably a region where wine gets created. 2 banshees. There's lurkers already. How did he get the lurkers out? If you compare this to last game, Clem is in a significantly worse spot. Just with his progressions, right? Like before he had ghost out before lurkers are out. Now lurkers are out significantly ahead of the ghost timing. Like the barracks ain't even done yet. 5th base is gonna move over towards the 12 o'clock soon. Creep on the bottom side is mediocre though. We can definitely state that with certainty. So 6th base might be hard for REYNOR. REYNOR, yeah, he wants to take 6th base up here perhaps. Because this one feels insecure. He's gonna keep 2 lurkers down there. But the top side is going to be very hard because there's going to be a planetary there. So that's a natural launching point for a lot of Clem's assaults from here on out. Lurkers in position are taking out Marines. 2 more tanks on the way, so it's going to bring the total up to 6. I mean, ghost production needs to start as we have continued command centers being thrown down here. 5 going down at the same time. Oh, he might actually expand bottom left then, if he's building a planetary here. You should only really want planetaries on the outside, on the outside of your domain. Oh, queen dies. Double pickup. Big attack towards the left side. Ooh, yeah, baby. That is micro as well. That is real micro. That's control right there. Ooh! Clem is playing with fire, but he's one of these guys that is very good at playing with fire. A fire artist. Lurker drop in the main base is going to struggle against these tanks, and there should be plenty of scans available as we... Well, currently only 3 orbitals actually. Might actually not be any scans. There's legit no scans. Here I go with my order. Should be scans available. Well, there's none. Nice prediction. Trying to move into the correct spot. As here comes a major attack. Right now, Banelings almost blow up these rocks. As 2 managed to burrow somehow, some way. Oh! Poof! Yeah. Pop goes the weasel. And pop go those Banelings on top of the Marines. Resources lost in favor of Clem, but Clem's struggling to get a 5th base right now, which is an issue. So... Stop side is going to be taken here. Sack?
Game
What do you mean sack? What do you mean sack? This is not a telemarketer you're having on hold here, mate. We're all watching this. Thank you. Go, go. Well, that wasn't so long. I can... an okay amount of time. That I can live with. Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, I overreacted even. My apologies for that. More lurkers now on the way. There's 2 more orbitals get created as well. We have 2 ghosts. On top of the already existing 7. Now for the kids that paid attention in elementary school, it's going to bring the total up to 9. 9 ghosts really is a magical number. Now why is that, you might ask? I actually have no clue. But I very often see 9 ghosts as the number. Maybe Terrans just do it accidentally. It also doesn't make sense production cycle-wise, because you have 4 tech labs on barracks. So if you build 4, you know, if you build full production, you get 4 at the same time. So then you think either 8 or 12. But pay attention to this. 9 is a special number for the Terrans. Terrans also generally have negative IQ though, so maybe don't take too many cues from them. Clem is actually struggling a little bit as he's now losing a lot of resources to REYNOR on this base. Nope, there come the snipes, and here comes the Ling Bane attack. Tanks reaching quite far back, but this planetary might die. Needs to lift it. Too quick with the lift. Loses a bunch of ghosts. Doesn't lose all of them. Like that is a redeeming quality here. He's probably not in such a great spot. REYNOR playing this out like a professional. Should start mining from this bottom base. Maybe even consider taking a hatchery here. Clem just been stuck on 4 bases for so long right now. It ain't brilliant. It ain't brilliant. Clem's gonna need a real good fight, and I don't think he's getting it. I think he's quite getting the contrary over here. He's getting many things, but not a very good fight at all. Hell, you could even say he's getting a pretty darn bad fight right now. Seven Banes in position. Morphing in. The rest of the army also moving in right now. And this just feels like game over, huh? Those do get to stay safe, but... And the resource loss difference is too small. It doesn't make up for the income difference here. That's the real issue that we're looking at. And REYNOR has what? How many hatcheries? 7 hatcheries. 1 hive as well. So yeah, he has larva for days. He has money for days, larva for days. He's just gonna rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. REYNOR is a professional rinser. Gonna rinse the ever-living crap here out of Clem. 11 ghost. Plus 2 more. Gonna bring the total up to 13. We're getting 46 Banes. 8 tanks. This feels like a fight that has some potential here for Clem. See if we can hold. This is like playing tower defense. Except you don't have towers but ghosts. Well, there goes the fight with potential. Down the drain. That's another fairly mediocre fight here. Ghosts once again stay alive, but the tank count gets demolished. Used to be 9, now is 5. Plus 2 vehicle weapons on the way. There we go. This is game over, my dear friends. And that means we'll be heading into our final game. Good lord. Nice, Neo-Humanity. A map that usually provides very short games. Very happy with that. Harstem, stop focusing on individual units and critters if they have personality and thoughts. This is not an RPG, but an RTS. Take your casting serious. I'll try my best. God, it's getting warm in here. It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. My dog is at the door. That means he needs to pee. I'm not gonna let him wait. I'll put the camera on someone else and I'll go walk him. And then we'll hopefully see me when I'm back. And I'll end the stream then. So I'm sorry, there won't be commentary for the last game, but there's things more important than StarCraft 2. He's ready to walk. I don't want him to pee himself. He usually only goes to the door, and he's had a bit of diarrhea, so I'm sorry, my friends. Shows the doggy? No, the doggy is downstairs. Okay. I'm gonna go for the thing. If you want to watch with commentary, there's going to be other players that will be, or other casters that will be on Twitch with commentary. If you can't watch there, I'll just give you the cam of one of the. Usually Wardy has an okay camera, so I hope this is fine. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't think it was gonna be. I honestly wanted to quit 3 series ago, but I gotta walk him real fast. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit, perhaps. All right, seems like the game has ended. I'm back just too late. Oh, Clem won, so that means he's gonna be 3rd place in the group. If anyone's still around, of course, that is. I hope most of you have left at this point. Thank you all for watching. And thanks for the people that decided to stay, to wait for my grand comeback. I appreciate every single one of you. And I'll see y'all next time. Yeah, I'm gone now though, yeah, You casted it for me? That's so kind. Okay, well, I'm gonna go now. I gotta play some co-op with my man up at 3. See if I can maybe fit in a quick snack before I don't mention it. As always, thanks so much for watching. I don't think I'll be here tomorrow, as I have a friend coming over during the day. So I'm not sure if I'll stream at all. We'll see, maybe later on in the afternoon, but I doubt it. Okay, yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate it. Ciao, ciao.